They conquered with horses and arrows, but what they built was far greater than war. Roads that never broke, messages that crossed continents, laws that protected strangers in foreign lands. From the frozen steppes to the heart of China, from Baghdad to the Black Sea, one empire reshaped how the world moved, traded, and thought. This is not just the story of conquest, it is the story of connection. Stay with me and discover how the Mongol Empire changed the world forever. Good evening and welcome back. Tonight, we step into a life shaped by wind, hunger, loyalty, and ambition. A life that would bend the course of world history. This is the story of Chinggis Khan, not as a conqueror yet, but as a child of the steppe, born into uncertainty and forged by loss. Before his name thundered across continents, before empires collapsed and new roads bound east and west together, there was only a boy beneath an open sky. A boy whose future was not promised, whose survival was never guaranteed. How does such a life grow into one that reshapes the world? What must be endured before a vision becomes destiny? And what traces did this man leave behind, on trade, on culture, on the very structure of the modern world? Tonight, we will follow that journey slowly, from childhood exile to rising command, from fragile alliances to an empire that stretched farther than imagination had yet dared. This is a story of endurance and transformation, of a will sharpened by hardship, and of a vision that outlived the man who carried it. Wherever you are listening from, whatever hour has carried you here, whether to learn, to rest, or to drift gently through the past, you are welcome. Let us begin. The Mongolian grasslands teach their lessons early. The wind is the first instructor. It scours the skin, clears the eyes, and carries with it the sense of rain, horse sweat, fire, and danger. To live on the steppe is to listen, to weather, to animals, to silence itself. It was here, beside the Onan River in the 12th century, that a child named Temujin entered the world. Later storytellers would claim he was born clutching a dark clot of blood in his fist, an omen said to foretell a warrior's life. Whether truth or legend, the symbol fit the life that followed with unsettling precision. Temujin was born into the Borjigin clan, a lineage that traced its origins to mythic ancestors, the blue wolf and the fallow doe. His father, Yasuji, was a minor chieftain, respected but not powerful, leading a small band that survived through hunting, trading, and occasional raids across the eastern steppe. Authority here was never permanent. Leadership endured only as long as strength and loyalty remained aligned. Temujin's mother, Holon, came from a different people. She had once been promised to another man, a Merkit warrior named Chiladu. Yasuji took her by force during a raid, an act brutal by modern judgment, yet tragically common in steppe politics, where marriage was both alliance and conquest. Holon adapted to her new life with a fierce resolve, a resilience that would later keep her children alive when the world abandoned them. Temujin's name itself carried the mark of rivalry. Yasuji had recently defeated a Tatar warrior named Temujin Yuj. Naming his son after a fallen enemy was a gesture layered with meaning, a reminder of victory, but also of the constant threat posed by rival tribes. Even in the cradle, politics pressed close. Temujin's childhood education came not from books or tutors, but from survival. He learned to ride before he could fully speak, gripping the coarse mane of a steppe pony as if it were an extension of himself. He learned to hunt small game, to follow tracks across dry grass, and to judge distance by the way sound carried in open land. He learned that hunger waited just beyond the firelight, patient and unyielding. The seasons ruled everything. Spring brought birth and danger. Summer meant movement toward richer pasture. Autumn was for hunting and raids. Winter was silence and vigilance. A child learned quickly that weakness invited death, and that the horizon always mattered. At around 9 years old, Temujin was betrothed to Borte, a girl from the Anggerat tribe whose lands held valuable pasture. Such marriages were acts of strategy as much as family. According to custom, Temujin stayed for a time with his future in-laws. On the return journey, Yasujii stopped to share food with a group of Tatars, old enemies who recognized him and poisoned his drink. Yasujii made it home, but the poison worked slowly and without mercy. His death shattered the fragile stability of the household. Allies abandoned Holon and her children, unwilling to follow a widow and a boy. Livestock was taken. Protection vanished. What remained was exile. The family was left to survive on the margins of the steppe. Holon dug roots from frozen ground. The children trapped rodents and fished through ice. They learned to hide horses at night and sleep lightly. Survival narrowed life to its essentials. Hunger became a teacher as strict as the wind. These years carved deep lessons into Temujin's character. He learned that loyalty was chosen, not inherited. That kinship could fail. That trust had to be earned and repaid. He learned that survival depended on unity, and that leadership was not given, but proven. From this hardship emerged the first threads of Temujin's future power. When he was captured by the Tayikid and bound with a heavy wooden collar, it was not a noble who saved him, but a poor herdsman named Sorkinshira. Instead of turning the boy in, the man hid him, fed him, and helped him escape. Temujin never forgot this act. Years later, when he commanded thousands, he rewarded the herdsman's family. From this moment grew a principle. Those who help you in weakness must never be forgotten in strength. Other companions followed. Boorshu, who helped him recover stolen horses without asking for reward. Jelm, who later saved his life by nursing him through a wound. These men did not follow Temujin because of his bloodline, but because of fairness, loyalty, and shared hardship. Not all lessons were noble. During a time of scarcity, Temujin killed his half-brother Bektar in a dispute over food and authority. Holon condemned the act, warning that he had made an enemy of his own shadow. The moment marked Temujin deeply. He had crossed a line. Power carried consequences. This knowledge would later shape both his mercy and his ruthlessness. Another bond shaped his youth, his friendship with Jamukha. As boys, they swore the oath of Anda, becoming brothers by choice. They shared dreams, food, and ambition. Yet this bond would one day fracture under the weight of power and vision, becoming one of the defining rivalries of the steppe. As Temujin grew, he began to observe the wider political world. He watched powerful leaders like Togrul, the Karaite ruler known as Ong Khan. He studied how the Jin dynasty manipulated tribal rivalries to keep the steppe divided. He understood that survival required alliances, patrons, and patience. When he finally claimed Borte as his wife, her family honored the old promise and sent them away with gifts, including a sable coat of rare value. Temujin did not keep it. Instead, he carried it to Togrul as a sign of loyalty, purchasing protection and opportunity with foresight rather than force. This was not conquest yet. It was preparation, and the boy who had once hunted marmots to survive was quietly learning how to unite a world. Temujin carried the sable coat into the camp of the Karaite ruler and offered it not as tribute, but as memory made tangible. He asked Togrul to remember the bond once shared between Togrul and his father, Yasujii, to remember the days when oaths were spoken without witnesses and kept without reward. Togrul accepted the gift. More than that, he accepted the boy. He named Temujin his foster son and pledged protection. It was the first major political victory of Temujin's life, and it came without bloodshed. No raid had been launched. No rival humbled. Instead, a careful gesture had opened a door. Kinship, courtesy, and the strategic use of the past had done what force could not. Through this alliance, Temujin gained more than safety. He gained an education. The Karaite court was a crossroads of worlds. At its center, Togrul ruled as more than a steppe chieftain. His people practiced Nestorian Christianity, at least among the elite, and his camp had long served as a meeting place for envoys from the Jin dynasty and remnants of the Khitan Liao. Temujin watched closely. He observed how a ruler received messengers, how spoils were divided, how loyalty was rewarded and betrayal punished. He learned how authority could be organized beyond the circle of a single family. He saw that a Khan could be more than a raider with followers, that he could be a judge, an arbiter, and a keeper of order. Temujin would never simply imitate the Karaite system. His future rule would be harsher in some ways, more merit-driven in others. But here, for the first time, he saw what it meant to govern a people larger than one's own household. During these years, fear and faith walked beside him. The secret history preserves a prayer Temujin spoke while fleeing enemies on the slopes of Burkhan Khaldun. Cornered and desperate, he climbed into the shelter of the mountain's forests and vowed that if he survived, he would honor the mountain for as long as he lived. Later, when his power had grown, he declared Burkhan Khaldun sacred to his family and demanded reverence from all who crossed it. This moment matters. It reveals a side of Temujin often hidden beneath the later image of the conqueror. He was not a cynic. He believed that eternal blue heaven watched human actions, that oaths carried weight, and that fortune abandoned those who broke them. His later insistence on the safety of envoys and the sanctity of agreements grew from this belief. To violate a promise was not merely unwise, it was dangerous to one's fate. At the same time, Temujin refined the practical language of steppe warfare. He learned how to retreat without breaking, how to turn pursuit into ambush, how to scatter an enemy's confidence before scattering their ranks. He practiced signaling across open ground with flags and torches. He commanded without written orders, relying on clarity, repetition, and trust. The bow remained the core of his craft. The Mongol composite bow, horn, wood, and sinew, was short enough for mounted use, yet powerful enough to pierce armor. Riders learned to shoot while leaning from the saddle, making themselves narrow targets. As a boy, Temujin had practiced this for sport. Now it was survival. Beyond the steppe, the wider world shimmered as rumor. Chinese traders arrived with silk and iron pots, speaking of walls that traced mountain spines and cities shaped like perfect squares. Merchants from Islamic lands brought glass and fine cloth, telling of markets so vast that a man could wander for days without repetition. These stories warmed long nights, but they were distant. Temujin's concerns remained immediate: horses, food, loyalty, and tomorrow. This chapter of his life did not end with a coronation. It ended with a tent, a marriage, and a fragile promise. Temujin sat with Borte beneath felt and hide. The sable coat now rested with Togrul. Nearby, Jelm and Boorsha shared meat and spoke quietly of journeys yet to come. Somewhere beyond the dark, Jamukha thought of his sworn brother and of a future ride that still seemed possible. The boy who once dug roots from frozen ground had begun to learn another skill: the careful arrangement of people, as once he had arranged snares for rabbits. The wind pressed against the felt walls of the gur and whispered through the seams. Dawn on the steppe can be merciful or merciless. On one morning that would never be forgotten, it was merciless. Temujin's camp lay quiet near a fold of land by the Onon River. Smoke from the night fires thinned into the cold air. Horses grazed at the edge of light. The guards felt more ease than caution. Out of the pale morning came the Merkit, riding fast and silent, like birds converging on a single kill. They came with old grievances. They came for vengeance. They came for women. The attack was swift and well judged. The smaller camp could not hold. Temujin fought to cover his family, then broke away with a handful of companions and fled toward Burkhan Khaldun. Borte could not escape. She was taken, along with other women and children, carried north toward Merkit lands. The old story of abduction returned to the Borjigin, this time not as conquest, but as loss. In the rough shelter of stone and birch, Temujin spoke again to the mountain and the sky. He called upon the vow he had once made. Then he sent word to two men whose names carried weight. One was Togrul, his foster father. The other was Jamukha, his sworn brother. Both answered. What followed was the first large campaign in which Temujin helped shape command. The Karaite arrived in strength. Jamukha brought riders of noble lineage and confidence. Temujin added his smaller following, men bound to him by choice rather than blood. Together, they tracked the Merkit across rivers and through willow-choked valleys. The Merkit believed themselves secure among kin. Security is a dangerous illusion on the steppe. The allied force struck swiftly. Arrows rose and fell like wind-blown seeds. The Merkit scattered along waterways and into reeds. Borte was found alive and returned to Temujin. Holan's younger sister was rescued as well. Gratitude and victory bound the allies together more tightly than any oath spoken in peace. In the camp that followed, Temujin learned again. The Karaite brought clerks, priests, and messengers who knew the roads to the Jin frontier. Jamukha's men carried the confidence of old aristocracy. Temujin's followers watched how meat was divided, how disputes were settled, how leaders spoke. During this time, Borte gave birth to a son, Joki. Whispers followed the child, as they always do in close camps. Temujin acknowledged the boy fully and publicly. Still, the rumor lingered, a quiet blade that would one day be drawn by rivals. Eventually, the combined camp parted before envy hardened into conflict. Temujin chose to leave. Holan sensed that gratitude was beginning to resemble a leash. Borte agreed. When he moved away, 41 households followed him, not for wealth or fear, but because they trusted his fairness. The steppe took note. Rival tribes watched. Old enemies remembered. Alliances shifted like grass under wind. And the man once abandoned beside a riverbank had begun, quietly and irrevocably, to gather the forces that would one day remake the world. All the while, Temujin worked patiently with the ground beneath his boots and the people who stood upon it. He understood, even before he had the authority to enforce change, that power on the steppe could not depend on one man alone. He began to shape his companions into units that could act without his constant presence. Small groups of 10, then larger circles of 100, were formed deliberately from men of different families and different pasts. Blood ties were loosened. Service and reliability took their place. This was not yet law. It was habit, and habits, once rooted, grow deeper than decrees. Long before the tribes were forced to accept this new order, Temujin practiced it quietly. Men learned to obey signals rather than cousins, to trust comrades chosen by merit rather than ancestry. In these early experiments lay the foundation of something unprecedented, a society that would reward usefulness over lineage, discipline over pedigree. Conflict announced itself openly at a place remembered as Dallin Balshud. Jamukha arrived with the advantage of numbers and names. His following was larger, his supporters drawn from old noble houses whose authority stretched back through generations. Around him gathered clans who feared what Temujin represented. They did not want a world in which a herdsman's son might stand equal to a prince. They wanted the old order preserved, with its careful hierarchy and its predictable privileges at every feast. When the two hosts met, the land itself seemed to bear witness. Kestrels circled in the sky. The ground trembled under the pounding of hooves. Temujin's men fought with determination, but they were outnumbered and pressed hard. Temujin himself was wounded and escaped only by speed and luck. Jamukha claimed victory, but he did not stop there. He ordered the boiling of captive leaders and the brutal mutilation of others. These acts echoed far beyond the battlefield. Cruelty, once displayed so openly, becomes a language of its own. Men who had followed Jamukha with pride now felt shame. Others felt fear. In the months that followed, some drifted away quietly and found their way to Temujin's camp. There they were not punished. They were forgiven, given work, and folded into the growing structure. Temujin did not despair after Dallin Balshud. He did what had kept him alive since childhood. He moved. He listened. He rebuilt. There are hints in later records that he spent time beyond the steppe, perhaps within the lands of the Jin dynasty. The circumstances are unclear: mercenary service, captivity, or negotiated presence. Chinese envoys would later write of a Mongol leader who had learned something of their world before returning north with sharper eyes. Whether this refers directly to Temujin or to men close to him, the effect is visible. When he reappeared with renewed purpose, he carried a deeper understanding of the power beyond the frontier and of how border politics could be turned into leverage. By the mid-1190s, the map of the steppe had shifted again. Temujin resolved old scores with a careful balance of ruthlessness and pardon. He turned against the Tatars, long associated with the death of his father and years of family suffering. His campaign cut through their pastures with relentless speed. Chiefs were killed or scattered. The remaining warriors were absorbed into his ranks. Among the captives was a man who confessed openly that he had once shot Temujin's horse from beneath him in battle. Temujin admired the man's honesty and courage. He spared him and gave him a new name, Jib, the Arrow. That man would become one of the greatest cavalry commanders of the age, feared from Manchuria to the far western rivers. At the same time, Temujin strengthened his bond with Togrul. When rebellion threatened the Karaite ruler, Temujin rode in support, crushed the uprising, and left Togrul's throne secure. The older Khan was pleased, as a father might be pleased by a capable son. Others watched with unease. Temujin's prestige grew, and prestige on the steppe attracts both followers and enemies in equal measure. His connection to the Jin court also continued to bear fruit. In 1196, the Jin called upon steppe allies to punish rebel Tatar groups. Temujin answered. He fought effectively, sent proof of service, and received titles and gifts in return. Some enemies were confused by this alliance with a sedentary empire. Others saw in it the mark of a leader who could move between worlds without losing himself. Temujin took what he needed and offered nothing that weakened him. Within his household, new responsibilities emerged. Borte's sons were now old enough to ride short distances, to learn the smallest measures of command. Joki showed generosity and bravery despite the shadow of rumor. Chagatai displayed a fierce sense of law. Ogidi possessed a gift for friendship and mediation. Talyui, the youngest, burned with a quiet intensity that men noticed even in his youth. Temujin watched them closely. He arranged marriages to bind tribes. He listened to Borte's counsel in private and to Holon's unfiltered truth. Both women had survived abandonment and loss. Neither mistook power for permanence. The bond with Jamuka never fully vanished. Messages passed. Attempts were made to reclaim the simplicity of youth. But the steppe rarely allows such returns. Jamuka could not accept a world without inherited rank. Temujin could not return to it. Their words sometimes met. Their paths did not. Defections continued. Men who remembered the boiling of captives after Dallin Balshud found themselves unable to forget. Others arrived after insults from arrogant chiefs. Some came because shamans spoke of a destiny written in the sky. Many came because they wanted their sons to rise higher than they themselves had. Temujin welcomed them cautiously. He scattered them across units, ensuring no man served only with kin. This choice, modest at first, became the backbone of a new order. The years around the turn of the century were a crucible. Temujin had failed, retreated, learned, and returned stronger. He had bound himself to a powerful patron and understood that patrons can shelter and threaten at the same time. He had turned enemies into commanders, whispers into discipline, survival into vision. One autumn night, Temujin sat in council with Boorshu, Jelm, Jib, and a handful of elders. Firelight carved faces from darkness. They debated winter pastures, brittle tribes, and loyalties that might bend or break. Outside, a young rider held 2 horses and waited for orders. He did not know he would one day ride for a nation not yet born. He only knew that standing close to a horse eased the cold. The ascent was slow, as power on the steppe always is. Reputation traveled faster than riders. By the turn of the century, Temujin's name was spoken far beyond his camp. Jamukha's earlier victory had not ended their rivalry, it had sharpened it. Men compared camps. In Temujin's, birth mattered less than service. Quarrels were settled quickly. Loot was divided by contribution. It was not a gentle place, but it was fair. And fairness in a hard land is a powerful lure. Temujin rebuilt patiently. He raided with purpose, parleyed for time, and kept close to Togrul while gathering strength. He needed shelter while the work was unfinished. The steppe was listening now. Togrul needed more than a symbolic ally. He required a lieutenant who could summon hard-riding warriors at short notice, men who could appear on the horizon without warning and disappear just as quickly. Temujin filled that role with unsettling efficiency. Old enemies were not negotiated with. They were dealt with in a manner meant to leave no doubt. The Tatars, long remembered for poisoning Temujin's father Yasujii, felt the full weight of his accumulated anger. He struck them in a series of swift, coordinated campaigns that shattered their leadership before they could regroup. Adult male Tatars who resisted were executed, not only as vengeance, but as a deliberate lesson written in blood for others who might test him. Their ordinary warriors, along with women and children, were spared and redistributed among Temujin's followers. The old clan structures were dissolved, their people absorbed into a larger body that owed loyalty upward, not sideways. Among the defeated stood a bowman who confessed that he had once shot Temujin's horse from beneath him in battle. The admission was unexpected and dangerous. Yet Temujin admired the courage it took to speak such truth and the skill required to create such a moment. He spared the man and gave him a new name, Jib, the Arrow. In years to come, this decision would echo across continents. Jib would become a commander of rare imagination, a man whose instincts for terrain, timing, and surprise would terrify enemies far beyond the steppe. By the year many later chroniclers counted as 1201, the steppe had divided into two broad currents. One flowed with Jamukha, supported by ancient families who believed noble blood guaranteed noble place. The other gathered, sometimes quietly, sometimes with open celebration, around Temujin and the radical idea that loyalty and ability could outweigh pedigree. The lines were never clean. Brothers found themselves on opposite sides. A man might admire Jamukha's elegance and lineage while recoiling from the cruelty displayed after Dalan Bal's Hud. Another might distrust Temujin's disregard for ancient privilege, yet still seek his tent, weary of being overlooked by princely cousins. The steppe was never a simple chessboard. It was a living web of marriages, feuds, memories, and calculations about grass, water, and winter shelter. Rival coalitions hardened. Jamukha's supporters proclaimed him Gur Khan, a title heavy with ancestral resonance. Around him gathered Taichiuti survivors, Nayman allies, and families whose pride had been wounded by Temujin's rise. Temujin stood beside Togrul, while smaller tribes watched carefully, waiting to see which wind would prevail. A battle at a place remembered as Yeti Kunin tested these alignments. Temujin and Togrul relied on patience and movement rather than brute force. They avoided a decisive clash until the opposition grew weary, then struck where resistance was weakest. The enemy withdrew chastened, carrying with them the lesson that old names alone no longer guaranteed victory. The following year, Temujin completed the work he had begun against the Tatars. Their common people were fully integrated into his following. By now he had learned that one of the surest ways to break the old order was to dissolve it quietly from within. He organized men into units of 10 and 100 that deliberately crossed clan boundaries. Loyalty was redirected upward, to commanders, to the Khan, to the idea of shared fate. He lacked the authority to impose this system everywhere, but he practiced it wherever his reach extended. The effect was subtle but powerful. Chiefs could no longer easily peel off entire groups in moments of anger. Temujin could move his forces as a single hand, not a bundle of fingers that might open at the wrong moment. Tension with the Karaite alliance gathered around a marriage proposal. Temujin suggested that his eldest son, Joki, marry a daughter of Togrul. On the steppe, such unions were customary tools of alliance. But in this case, old whispers resurfaced. Doubts about Joki's birth had never fully faded, and some Karaite nobles treated the proposal as an insult. Sengam, Togrul's son, resented Temujin's rising reputation and feared being overshadowed when inheritance came into question. Jamukha fed these anxieties, warning that Temujin's elevation of common men threatened the dignity of noble lines. An ambush was planned. Two herdsmen, known for listening more than speaking, overheard fragments of the plot and carried word to Temujin's camp. He fled with his core followers before the trap could close. What followed were weeks of danger and loss. At the Kalaka Sands, Temujin suffered a crushing defeat. His camp was scattered. His family narrowly avoided capture. For a moment, it seemed his story might end like so many others, with trophies displayed at a victor's feast. Salvation came at a place remembered as Baljuna. There, beside muddy water, Temujin gathered a small band of survivors. Their horses were exhausted. Their supplies were gone. Temujin slaughtered his own mount to feed those who remained. They mixed the muddy water with mare's milk and shared it. In that bleak place, they swore an oath. If heaven allowed them to rise again, they would share both wealth and hardship, and they would never forget those who had stood together in the mud. They were not of one tribe. They were not even of one faith. What bound them was loyalty and the promise of a new order where service came first. Later chroniclers downplayed this moment, uneasy with its diversity. But for those who lived it, the Baljuna oath became a foundation stone. Recovery followed through deception and persistence. Temujin split his forces, feigned retreat, and lured Karaite detachments into unfavorable ground. Hidden units struck from cover, collapsing the enemy flank. Togrul fled and died at the hands of strangers who did not recognize him. Sengam escaped westward. The Karaite people were absorbed as the Tatars had been. Temujin married into the defeated royal house and arranged unions that transformed former rivals into kin. Among them was Sorgatani, a Karaite woman whose intelligence and resolve would one day shape the destinies of empires yet unborn. With the Karaite broken, only the Nayman Confederation remained as a serious obstacle. Their leader, Chinggis Khan, was brave but uncertain. Beside him stood Kuklug, bold yet reckless. Jamukha urged them to strike before Temujin's momentum became unstoppable. The confrontation came in the high country, at a place some called Chakrmot. Temujin's army had evolved. Scouts rode far ahead. Signals carried orders across wide fronts. Mounted archers softened the enemy before closing with blades. Jebe and Khazar found weaknesses and exploited them mercilessly. The fighting lasted days. When the Nayman line finally broke, it collapsed entirely. Chinggis Khan fell. Kuklug fled west. Jamukha vanished into the hills. Jamukha's end came not in battle but betrayal. His own followers bound him and delivered him to Temujin, hoping for reward. Temujin ordered the traitors executed. Loyalty, even to an enemy, mattered more than advantage. He offered Jamukha forgiveness and a place, if he would accept subordination. Jamukha refused. He asked for a death without blood, the last privilege of a noble. Temujin granted it. They spoke as men who remembered sharing a blanket as boys. Then the past ended. Beside the upper waters of the Onan River, Temujin summoned a great assembly. Chiefs, elders, and commanders gathered. There, he was proclaimed Chinggis Khan. The meaning of the title has been debated ever since. Vastness, firmness, authority without limit. Whatever its origin, its message was clear. A man who had survived hunger, captivity, betrayal, and defeat now ruled a united people. And the steppe stood ready for something the world had not yet seen. This unification was far more than a ceremonial exchange of titles. It marked a fundamental shift in how power moved across the steppe. Temujin understood that conquest alone could not hold what he had gathered. The old loyalties to clan, to blood, to ancestral rank had to be weakened, and in their place, loyalty to a single center had to grow. He formalized what he had already practiced during his rise. Warriors were organized into units of 10, 100, 1,000, and 10,000. These divisions were not simply military conveniences. They were tools of transformation. Men from defeated tribes were deliberately mixed into units commanded by Temujin's trusted followers. A rider could no longer fight only beside his cousins or answer only to a clan elder. Authority now flowed downward from the center, not outward from lineage. Near his own person, Temujin expanded the Kashig, his personal guard. It became more than protection. It became a school. Chosen men lived close to the Khan, observed councils, carried sensitive messages, and learned the arts of command and administration. Promising youths were drawn from families across the realm, binding powerful houses to the center through honor and proximity. From the Kashig would come the officers and governors of future campaigns. Order followed structure. Temujin demanded lists be kept, of men, of horses, of spoils. Booty was to be recorded and divided carefully, so jealousy could not erode discipline. Theft was punished without delay. Desertion in battle carried severe penalties. Above all, envoys were declared inviolable. To harm a messenger was to strike at the very order he was creating. He extended privileges to those who served the common good. Priests, monks, imams, and physicians were protected. He encouraged the use of the Uyghur script, gathering scribes who could turn spoken decisions into written commands, orders that would outlast memory and rumor. He began to imagine a network of posts stocked with fresh horses, so messages could outrun any single mount. What took shape after his coronation had roots in earlier years, when he had watched Uyghur clerks at Togrul's side and learned how administration could strengthen power as much as force. The transformation was not abstract. It had faces and names. Those who had stood with him at Baljuna were rewarded openly. Bohorshu and Jelm received honors befitting men who had saved lives and held faith through disaster. Jeeb was given freedom to plan daring, far-ranging strikes. Makali, steady and tireless, rose as one of the pillars of the new order. Within the household, the women who had endured hunger and exile also moved into clearer view. Borte remained the calm center of Temujin's life, her counsel steady and private. Hoilan, the mother who had once scolded her sons for killing a brother and had kept them alive on roots and fish, lived to see the child she had fed become a ruler obeyed by entire peoples. When the chiefs lifted Temujin on a felt carpet and proclaimed him Chinggis Khan, the sound rolled across the Onan River like a drumbeat. The title did not end the struggle. It marked the beginning of a different kind of work. A people had been gathered. Now they needed rules they would respect, officers they would obey, roads that would carry orders without confusion, and a purpose larger than private vengeance. The steppe had seen conquerors before. What made this moment different was that a conqueror set out to build a state. Chinggis Khan reinforced the decimal system as the backbone of his rule. Units of 10, 100, 1,000, and 10,000 became the framework of both army and administration. These were not abstract numbers. They were instruments designed to break the old power of lineage. Riders were deliberately mixed. Commanders were chosen for steadiness and judgment, not for the length of their genealogies. A man who had once repaired harness or tended herds could now find himself responsible for 100 riders if he proved capable. The steppe took notice. Nobles who sneered at this order struggled to argue with its effectiveness when these units moved like a single creature under fire. Closest to the Khan stood the Kashig, the day and night guard. What began as a small body grew into the heart of government. Young men of promise were brought into its ranks, serving near the fire where decisions were made. They learned council etiquette, record-keeping, and the discipline of obedience. Their presence quietly bound great families to the center, for their sons now lived under the Khan's eye. Law followed organization. Later chroniclers would call it the Yasa, though it was never a single written code displayed for all to see. It lived in proclamations, precedents, and the memories of scribes. Its principles were clear. Livestock theft was punished swiftly. Murder within the camp demanded justice. Soldiers were forbidden to abandon comrades in battle. Spoils were to be recorded and distributed by rule, not whim. Adultery, abduction, and the sale of people were restrained by penalties meant to preserve the fragile cohesion of nomadic life. Above all stood the sanctity of envoys. A messenger could cross frontiers under protection. To harm him was to challenge not only the Khan, but the order he was building. Religion was not turned into a weapon. Priests of many kinds moved freely through the camps. Nestorian monks walked beside Buddhist lamas. Muslims prayed openly and judged disputes through their imams. Shamans still beat their drums and called upon the spirits of land and sky. Chinggis Khan forbade persecution so long as peace was kept. In a realm that would soon stretch from forests to deserts, tolerance was not sentiment. It was statecraft, as essential as pasture and fodder. To give his words speed, the Khan built a system that would bind the realm together, the yam, the relay network. At each station stood fresh horses, fodder, and men trained to serve couriers. A messenger carried a tablet of authority, metal or carved wood, that opened doors and stables along the way. With it, he could demand shelter, food, or a mount. Orders now traveled faster than armies, and news reached the center before rumor could twist it. Commerce was folded into command. Chinggis Khan understood that caravans needed protection and armies needed supply. He formed partnerships with merchants, many from Central Asia, who provided goods in exchange for security and privilege. These Ordo partners became channels through which wealth and information flowed. A quartermaster on the Oxus and a clerk near the Caroline could read the same inventory and trust that the numbers would match when the goods arrived. Plunder began to turn into tax, and tax into planned support. With order secured behind him, the Khan tested the edges of his world. To the southwest lay Western Xia, a Tangut kingdom guarding the meeting point of desert, mountain, and river. It was smaller than the Jin dynasty, but rich in towns and craftsmen. Chinggis had measured its strength during his rise. Now he tested its willingness to submit. In 1205, Mongol riders struck probing blows along the frontier. In 1209, they returned in force. The heart of Xia was the city of Zhongxing, protected by strong walls and the bends of the Yellow River. Mounted archers ruled open ground, but walls had humbled steppe leaders before. Chinggis refused to be humbled. He gathered engineers, Chinese, Khitan, and others, and set them to work. Mangonels were built. Stone throwers were hauled on wheeled frames. Sappers tested the earth beneath the walls. Chroniclers record an attempt to divert the Yellow River itself. The effort failed, and the flood turned against the besiegers. Yet the lesson endured. The Khan would use water, fire, and foreign skill as readily as horse and bow. After months of pressure, the Xia court sued for peace. They agreed to tribute, hostages, and a marriage alliance. Chinggis accepted and withdrew. He gained not only treasure but time and a quiet frontier. His gaze turned next to the true weight on the horizon, the Jin dynasty, whose border cut like a hard line across the grasslands. In 1211, Chinggis Khan summoned his commanders for a campaign no Mongol ruler had dared in generations. The army moved not as a blunt force, but as a thinking presence, drifting toward the mountain passes that guarded the northern plain like ribs of stone. Scouts rode ahead, not searching for glory but for weakness. They traced forgotten paths, bribed local guides, and listened closely to subject peoples who had little affection for their Jurchen rulers. The Mongols did not hurl themselves against the strongest gates of the Great Wall. They flowed around them. Where stones stood firm, they sought neglect. Where armies waited, they went elsewhere. Once beyond the barrier, the hosts spread across the plains like water released into a furrow. Separate columns advanced in quiet coordination, appearing where they were not expected, vanishing before a counterstroke could land. Feigned retreats drew Jin forces out of fortifications and into open ground, where arrows fell in dense, disciplined storms. When the Jin gathered vast armies to meet the invaders head-on, the Mongols simply refused the meeting. They slipped past, struck supply lines, burned depots, and turned hunger into a weapon sharper than steel. A cavalry that could ride 50 or 60 miles in a day ceased to be merely terrifying. It became strategic. Cities began to understand the arithmetic of Mongol war. A garrison that opened its gates early was spared and taxed. A garrison that resisted and caused Mongol losses was broken publicly and decisively. This policy was not driven by cruelty alone. It was enforcement on the scale of provinces. Terror, carefully applied, reduced the cost of future resistance. Yet even as destruction followed defiance, preservation followed submission. Artisans, clerks, engineers, and scholars were identified, protected, and sent north. Their families were resettled deliberately. Skills were not expendable. They were capital. Chinggis Khan understood that a state strong enough to conquer must also be capable of keeping what it took. Not every stroke of the campaign came from the Khan's own hand. Macaulay, a commander of quiet gravity, became the keystone of Mongol control in the northern plains. When Chinggis returned to the steppe, he left Macaulay with full authority to hold and expand their gains. Macaulay accepted surrenders patiently, installed Daragachi overseers to collect revenue, and kept local administrators in place so granaries filled and courts continued to function. In this way, the Mongols did not merely conquer territory. They annexed governance itself and wore it with a confidence that unsettled their enemies. Reputations were forged in this long campaign. Jeeb, once spared for honesty, showed an instinct for the enemy that bordered on foresight. He pressed hard when a line weakened and held firm when a trap invited reckless pursuit. Subutai, younger and quieter, found his voice in council. He studied river systems, mountain corridors, and seasons, thinking not in days but in years. Together, these men refined a method of war that would one day reach across continents. The Khan's family stood within the circle of war. His sons rode in separate wings of the army, learning command without the shelter of constant supervision. Joki earned a reputation for generosity toward surrendered towns and for managing men of mixed origins with calm authority. Chagatai revealed a harsh devotion to law that impressed soldiers and strained alliances. Ogdi proved a reconciler, able to soften disputes before they hardened into fractures. Talyui, still young, watched with fierce attention and learned by silence. Chinggis observed them all, listening closely to Borte in the quiet of the tent. He named no successor. The question remained sealed, acknowledged, and set aside. The Jin court struggled to comprehend this enemy who refused to fight as expected. Massive armies were raised to reclaim lost cities, only to find themselves chasing shadows. Reinforcements were summoned from the south. The court itself moved away from danger. In 1214, a treaty was struck near Zhongdu, offering gifts and promises of withdrawal. Chinggis accepted the offerings and watched the ink dry. When the Jin broke their commitments and attempted to rebuild their strength, the Mongols returned. In 1215, Zhongdu fell. Fire followed. The city that would one day be called Beijing learned the cost of resisting a power that kept a ledger of every promise kept and broken. Behind the destruction stood order. Uyghur scribes recorded surrendered households and inventories of grain. Persian accountants weighed merchant claims. Translators moved effortlessly between Mongolian, Turkic, Chinese, and Persian. Chinggis listened to those who understood tax systems and taught him how to draw revenue without killing its source. He did not become a bureaucrat. He became a ruler unafraid to borrow wisdom from any direction. The army evolved as it learned. Siege engines became standard equipment. Firepots spun through the air on cords. Sappers undermined walls with methods learned in older empires. Engineers traveled under Mongol protection, their wagons supplied like cavalry units. When columns rode deep into the plains, they carried smiths, carpenters, and physicians. The ability to mend bows, set bones, and repair wheels became as vital as marksmanship. Diplomacy never ceased. Early submission was rewarded generously. Marriages bound frontier leaders to the Khan's house. Women of the royal family ruled corridors, secured trade routes, and protected caravans with mounted guards. The image of a wandering horde began to crack. In its place stood a state that could fight, tax, administer, and protect. As the northern plains settled into Mongol hands, the camps along the Onan found a steady rhythm. Orders traveled the Yam. Captives were sorted. Artisans placed. Units trained under officers hardened by defeat and recovery. Winter camps were laid out with care. At dusk, musicians played while plans were shaped. At dawn, the Kashig stood silent as the Khan mounted. No one believed the work was finished. A threshold had been crossed. The road west opened only after the northern flank was secure. Kuklug of the Nayman, restless and cruel, had seized power in the lands of the Karakaitai. He pressed Buddhist and Muslim towns alike, earning hatred where loyalty might have grown. Chinggis sent Jebe westward through the Ili Valley and into the high country, where trade roads climbed toward the roof of the world. Jebe moved lightly. Resistance collapsed. Kuklug fled, was betrayed, and died. The last claim of Karakaitai authority dissolved. The Mongol frontier now touched the realm of Khwarezm. Khwarezm stretched from the Aral Sea to the markets of Transoxiana, from the Oxus to the gates of Khorasan. Its ruler, Shah Muhammad, possessed power on parchment but weakness in command. His court glittered with commerce, yet fractured under rivalry, especially between the Shah and his formidable mother, Turken Khatun, whose authority rivaled his own. Where the Mongols had one moving center, Khwarezm had several, and they pulled apart. Chinggis Khan did not begin with war. He began with trade. In 1218, caravans crossed the frontier bearing furs, silver, and spices. At Otrar, the governor seized the merchants, accused them of spying, and had them killed. Chinggis sent envoys demanding justice, reminding the Shah that envoys were sacred. The Shah refused. Worse, he shaved the beards of Mongol messengers and executed the rest. In Mongol law, this was not an insult. It was a crime against order itself. The army advanced toward the mountain passes that guarded the vast northern plain, moving with the quiet confidence of men who understood that walls were not meant to be struck head-on, but read like riddles. Scouts rode far ahead, tracing forgotten paths through broken ridgelines and along the shadowed edges of the Great Wall, where stone met wilderness and vigilance had grown thin. The Mongols did not waste strength against the strongest gates. Instead, they listened. They bribed guides, followed neglected tracks, and drew upon the bitter knowledge of subject peoples who bore no loyalty to their Jurchen rulers. Once the army reached the open plain, it spread outward like water released into furrows, dividing and flowing with deliberate purpose. Columns moved in coordination that unsettled their enemies, never clashing blindly, always responding as if bound by an unseen signal. Feigned retreats lured Jin forces from fortified positions into open ground, where disciplined storms of arrows shattered formations before swords ever met. When the Jin assembled a massive host to confront the invasion directly, the Mongols simply moved around it, severing supply lines and leaving hunger to do the work of steel. A cavalry capable of covering 50 or 60 miles in a single day became more than a terror. It became a strategic instrument. Cities learned quickly the arithmetic of Mongol war. Garrisons that opened their gates early were spared and taxed, folded into a new order with minimal bloodshed. Those that resisted and inflicted Mongol losses were broken with deliberate severity. This was not cruelty born of impulse, but a calculated policy, a form of policing executed across provinces. Terror, when used precisely, reduced the cost of future resistance. Yet even as fear spread, another pattern emerged. Artisans, clerks, engineers, and scholars were carefully protected whenever possible. They were relocated northward, their families resettled with attention and care. Skills were treasures, and the Khan understood their value. The Mongol war machine was not built on destruction alone, but on preservation of what could strengthen the growing state. Not every decisive blow came from the hand of Chinggis Khan himself. Macaulay, a commander of quiet authority, became the pillar of Mongol power on the northern plain. When the Khan returned to the steppe, Macaulay remained behind with full authority to hold and expand Mongol control in Jin territory. He accepted surrenders patiently, placed Daragachi overseers to collect revenue, and relied on local administrators to keep courts and granaries functioning. In a profound sense, the Mongols annexed governance itself, and learned to wear it with a confidence that surprised even their enemies. Reputations took shape within the storm. Jib, once spared years before, demonstrated an uncanny instinct for enemy weakness. He pressed relentlessly when a line trembled and remained immovable when a trap beckoned. Subutai, younger and observant, began to earn his place in council. He studied rivers, mountain spurs, and seasonal patterns, thinking not in days but in years. Together and apart, these men forged a style of warfare that would one day sweep across half the known world. Families stood at the center of this expanding circle. The Khan's sons rode in separate wings of the army, each learning command without constant oversight. Joki became known for generosity toward surrendered communities and an unusual talent for managing men of mixed origins. Chagatai revealed a rigid devotion to law that impressed soldiers and unsettled allies. Ogidi proved a natural reconciler, soothing disputes before they hardened into fractures. Talyui, the youngest, watched with fierce intensity, absorbing lessons that would shape his future. Chinggis Khan observed them all, consulting Borte in the privacy of the tent. He had not yet named a successor. The question remained like a sealed vessel placed carefully on a shelf, acknowledged but left unopened. The Jin court struggled to understand this new enemy. Massive armies were dispatched to retake lost towns, only to find themselves chasing riders who refused to stand still. Reinforcements were summoned from the south. The capital was moved to Kaifeng as pressure mounted in the north. In 1214, a treaty was struck near Zhongdu, offering tribute and a promise to relocate the court away from the frontier. The Khan accepted the gifts and observed the promise, until the Jin broke the agreement and fled south, attempting to rebuild strength behind new walls. The response was swift. In 1215, Zhongdu fell. Fire and sack followed. The city that would one day be called Beijing learned the cost of resisting a people who kept careful account of every promise honored and broken. Behind the destruction stood scribes who translated chaos into order. Uyghur clerks recorded surrendered families and grain inventories. Persian accountants weighed merchant claims. Translators moved effortlessly between Chinese, Turkic, Mongolian, and Persian. Chinggis Khan listened closely to those who understood taxation and governance, adopting useful systems without hesitation. The army itself evolved. Siege engines became standard equipment. Firepots arced through the air on winding cords. Sappers undermined walls with techniques learned from older empires. Engineers traveled under Mongol protection, supplied without interruption. Deep striking columns carried their own smiths, carpenters, and physicians. The ability to mend bows, set bones, and repair wagons became as vital as marksmanship. Diplomacy never ceased. Tribes and garrisons that joined early were offered generous terms. Marriages bound frontier leaders to the Khan's house. Daughters and nieces were placed not as symbols, but as governors, entrusted with trade routes and garrisons. Through such measures, the image of a mindless nomadic horde began to fracture. In its place emerged a state capable of fighting, taxing, and protecting. After securing the northern flank, the road west opened. Kuklug of the Nayman, a restless prince ruling former Karakai lands, pressed Buddhist and Muslim cities harshly. Jib pursued him through the Ili Valley and into the highlands, moving swiftly and decisively. Resistance collapsed. Kuklug was captured or driven into flight and death. With him fell the last claimants of the Karakaitai order. The Mongol frontier now touched the realm of Khwarezm, stretching from the Aral Sea to Transoxiana. Its ruler, Shah Muhammad, commanded impressive resources but lacked unity. Rivalries fractured his court, particularly with his formidable mother, Turken Khatun. Where the Mongols had one moving center, Khwarezm had many, pulling against one another. Chinggis Khan began not with conquest, but with trade. Caravans crossed the frontier in 1218. At Otrar, the governor seized and executed the merchants. Envoys sent to demand justice were humiliated and killed. In Mongol law, this was not merely an insult, it was a crime against order itself. War followed as naturally as a drawn bowstring. Jalal al-Din rode south into exile, carrying the fragments of a broken empire with him. The Mongol army did not follow into the heart of India. It had already achieved what it intended. A rival state had been dismantled, its illusion of distance destroyed. The campaign had proven that there was no horizon beyond Mongol reach, no landscape too strange to master. The Western War became a school unlike any the steppe had known before. The Mongols learned to fight in deserts where water was measured in skins, and in gardens where canals tangled the ground beneath a horse's hooves. They learned to take cities by walls and by patience, to maneuver among mountains and through narrow passes where one mistake could scatter an army. They encountered oil fires that burned on water, and the refined skills of potters, smiths, and engineers whose hands could shape what steppe tools could not. Alongside spoils and knowledge came sorrow. Persian poets would mourn these years for generations. Chinese clerks recorded with careful strokes the methods that made the vast engine of conquest move. Chinggis Khan began to think differently about power. A ruler who could shatter kingdoms and then assemble order from their remains might, he believed, fix the borders of the world itself. In a winter tent near the Onan River, the great captains returned and laid their weapons by the door. Jib spoke little, tracing shapes in the ashes with a stick, as if mapping roads only he could see. Subutai measured distances with his fingers, counting rivers, plains, and seasons. Mukali sent steady reports from northern China, calm and precise. The sons of the house spoke of what they had done and what they had learned. Borte listened in silence, reserving her counsel for a private hour. Hoylan looked at her grandsons and remembered years when a rabbit snared at dusk had meant survival. Outside, Yam riders changed horses and vanished into the dark with new orders. The air carried the smell of dung fires and iron quenched in cold water. Beyond the mountains to the southwest lay a realm that had sued for peace, and then tested patience too often. The steppe had not finished with it. When the dust of Transoxiana finally settled and the western banners were folded, Chinggis Khan turned his gaze eastward again. He had broken a proud empire beside the Oxus. He had sent Jib and Subutai across distances few men in his camp had ever imagined, as far as the Black Sea and the plains of the Rus. He had seen caravan masters from Khorasan counting coins beneath Mongol seals, and towns submitting that once believed nomads were nothing more than passing storms. Yet the reports carried by the Yam told of unfinished work. Western Xia had bent the knee years before, and then stiffened. Jin power had retreated south, but still endured. Border towns watched, weighed their chances, and waited. Hesitation, the Khan knew, could harden into defiance. He returned to the Orkhan, where the camp had grown larger and more complex than the one he had left behind. The Kashig had become a school of command. Relay posts stretched farther than a man could ride in a week. Uyghur scribes worked near the central tent, surrounded by bamboo slips, paper, inkstones, and brushes, tools now as essential to rule as the bow was to war. Persian clerks from Bokhara balanced ledgers of grain, cloth, and salt, measuring merchant advances against future deliveries. Among the councils stood a Khitan scholar, Yelu Chukai, quiet and unyielding. He spoke not of mercy for praise, but of taxation for endurance. Kill, he said, and you take tribute for a day. Count, and you take revenue for a generation. The advice suited a ruler who used any tool that worked. Chinggis Khan did not stop fighting. He learned when to stop destroying. The family at the heart of the tent had changed. Joki had been given the far western lands, rich in pasture and promise. The public quarrel with Chagatai had cooled under the decision naming Ogidi as heir. Talyui remained closest to his father in the field, the hand that tightened a siege when others tired. Borte watched her sons with steady clarity. Hoilan, older now and surrounded by grandchildren, saw in the ordered winter camp a wonder that only those who had known hunger could fully grasp. Before the army moved again, the Khan completed work that would shape what followed. The decimal organization became the structure of the realm itself, not merely the host. Commanders of thousands were expected to judge disputes as well as to ride. Daragachi overseers were planted in towns that had accepted Mongol rule, not to invent law, but to enforce promises made by the center. Cities that opened their gates early were protected as a matter of honor. Merchants who supplied fodder at river crossings saw their privileges renewed. Governors who cheated the tax met swift and visible punishment. The Yasa was not a book on a shelf, it was the living voice of authority. The Western campaign had taught the Mongols that engineers could be as decisive as archers. Craftsmen were gathered into mobile corps capable of raising counterweight trebuchets in days, mining beneath gates, building ladders and shields, and setting fires at precisely the right moment. Watermen traveled with them, men from lands where canals were ancient and precious. If a river could be turned against a wall, it would be tried. If it failed, the failure would be studied and corrected. This habit of attention marked the difference between raiders and conquerors. By the second decade of the century, attention turned fully to Western Xia. Years earlier, the Tangut court at Zhongxing had paid tribute, offered hostages, and accepted marriage ties. They had promised support when called. As Mongol power expanded and distances grew, Tangut nobles calculated that the moment for obedience had passed. They withheld troops. They negotiated elsewhere. Worse still, envoys were harmed. To raise a hand against a messenger was to challenge the order heaven had entrusted to the Khan. He resolved to ride. The route to Zhongxing followed the long corridor of Gansu, where mountains pressed against desert and towns clung to rivers shaped by centuries of labor. Subutai rode one wing, tasked with speed and disruption. Talyui led another, preventing garrisons from gathering strength behind him. Chinggis Khan advanced with the main force. The Mongols crossed gravel plains and winter deserts that other armies avoided, choosing cold over heat, clarity over exhaustion. Towns along the Aegean and Yellow rivers woke to dust clouds where none should have been. Riders appeared where no cautious general would send them. At Huizhou and Liangzhou, the pattern repeated. Cities that opened early preserved their craftsmen and surrendered grain. Cities that fired upon envoys heard the hum of stones launched by mangonels. Roads were cut. Communication collapsed. Lingwu, standing on the Yellow River, became the next keystone. To take it was to step across the threshold into the Tangut heartland. The Mongols tested its walls, learned their strengths, and then applied every lesson they had gathered from China, from Persia, from the long road west, until stone, earth, and confidence began to give way. When the breach finally opened, the first men through were not abandoned as expendable proof of courage. They were reinforced, shielded, and then relieved as the pressure moved inward, wave after deliberate wave. The fighting did not explode, it advanced. Step by measured step, the struggle flowed deeper into the city, like a tide that does not rush because it knows it will reach the shore. With the fall of Lingwu, the Tangut court at Zhongxing felt the circle tighten. Western Xia did not collapse solely because the Mongols were relentless. It failed because its heart had long been divided. The court was loud with argument. Men of rank debated as if victory might be discovered inside a clever sentence. Old factions that had quarreled during times of comfort continued their disputes while the walls shook. One group urged flight into distant valleys. Another trusted the city's fortifications. A third sought negotiations that would preserve noble privilege even if the realm itself was broken. Messages left the palace carrying different promises to different men. In the Mongol camp, those words were read clearly. They were not plans, they were delays. And Chinggis Khan had learned to make time serve him, not his enemies. He pressed past the Helan Mountains and rode into the great bend of the Yellow River where Zhongxing stood. The city was well prepared. Its earthworks were deep, its ditches designed to cripple horses. Its engineers understood fire, stone, and counterweight. The Mongol camps were placed beyond bowshot and then drawn inward with patient intent. The engine park expanded until it resembled a forest of wood and rope and iron. Messages flowed constantly between commanders. Talyui managed the siege lines with quiet severity. Subutai rode the outer ring, ensuring that no relief force could approach unseen. The Khan himself moved slowly from sector to sector, speaking to leaders of hundreds and thousands, tempering impatience. He did not promise swift victory. He promised endurance. Stories later claimed that the Mongols once more tried to turn the Yellow River against the city. The river, as always, resisted mastery. The attempt did not decide the siege, but it revealed something essential. If a natural force could be bent, it would be tried. If it failed, another method would follow. When water did not serve, fire was applied. When fire failed, mines and rams returned to the same points again and again with relentless precision. During these months, loss entered the Khan's own house. Word arrived from the far west that Joki was dead. He had ruled his lands with restraint, shown generosity to surrendered cities, and commanded loyalty from men who had once opposed him. The rumor that had followed his birth never fully died, and now, with his body far away, it surfaced again among those who had never wished him well. Chagatai measured his words carefully. Ogidi spoke softly. Talyui remained at his post. Chinggis Khan received the news and withdrew into a private tent with Borte. They spoke not as rulers, but as two people who had survived hunger, exile, and war, and who understood that even a Khan could not command the length of a life. When he emerged, his pace had not changed. Orders continued. The siege did not slow. Yet those who knew him later said that something had settled across his face, a line that did not fade. The final phase at Zhongxing followed a pattern common to sieges when defenders have exhausted their choices. The court requested terms and offered submission. The Khan demanded that the ruler come in person. The ruler sent his son instead, along with words. The Khan refused. He required the man who had broken his oaths. When the ruler would not come, the engine spoke again. A section of wall collapsed. Ladders rose, slick with use. The city fell. The ruler was captured and punished. The Tangut dynasty ended. Its finest engineers and craftsmen were gathered and moved. Its archives were sorted. Its poets scattered. During the long investment, an accident altered the final pages of the Khan's life. He was no longer a young man chasing game across open plains, yet he still hunted to sharpen his senses. On one such ride, or while moving between siege positions, he fell from his horse. Some said bones broke and did not heal. Others spoke of fever, or of exhaustion finally claiming its due. Later storytellers embroidered the moment with plots and insults disguised as romance. Such tales gather around great deaths like crows around a campfire. What mattered was simple. He began to fail. He did not call off the siege. He ordered that the work be completed and the punishment carried out. He summoned his sons. He confirmed once more in their hearing that Ogidi would succeed him. He told them to finish the war in northern China, to protect the yam, to keep the lists, to honor envoys, to use merchants as partners, and to remember Baljuna, where loyalty had been tested in mud and cold and had held. He spoke with Talyui about holding the center through the succession. He spoke privately with Borte and thanked her in words no scribe recorded. Death came away from the city, perhaps in the Lupan Mountains, where the air was clearer. The Kashig concealed the news as one shields a flame from wind. The camp continued its work. Engines were fed, orders carried. The last ruler of Western Xia met his fate as commanded. When the body could move, an escort began the long journey north. Legends grew quickly. Some say the escort killed all who crossed their path to preserve the secret, that horses were driven over the grave to erase its trace, that a forest was planted above him. Others claim a river was diverted to hide him. The elders of the Borjigen say only this: he was taken toward Burkhan Khaldun, and the place is unmarked. He had said that a ruler of the steppe needed no stone to command obedience, only memory. The funeral rites were simple and sacred. The black banners were lowered, the white banners raised. Horses were led in circles around a mound that did not name itself. Shamans spoke to the eternal blue sky. Men who had shared mare's milk with him at Baljuna bowed their heads. Women who had wrapped children against winter winds wept for a ruler who had made roads safe from horizon to horizon. The army turned north, then south, then east and west. It would ride again. Macaulay still held the north of China with patient strength. Counties were organized under Mongol seals. Local administrators kept tax registers. Some towns resisted. Others reopened their gates. The Jin court had fled south, unable to hide its decline. The path laid down by the Khan remained clear for those who followed. The final camp of Chinggis Khan did not break at once. It paused as custom required. Princes were summoned. Messengers rode the yam with tablets that opened doors. The Kashig guarded a tent where no voice called for a horse at dawn. Engineers cleaned their tools. Scribes tied their lists. Women mended garments. Wind moved through the grass of the Orkhan, past ancient deer stones and baubles raised for the dead of older ages. And in that quiet, the world waited, because the work he began was not finished. The steppe had swallowed empires before. It swallowed news the same way. What it did not swallow was habit. Order, once learned, once paid for with sweat, frostbite, hunger, and blood, did not dissolve just because a single life, however vast, had ended. When the escort reached the north, and the grave was sealed with silence instead of stone, men did not linger. They rose from the mourning benches, tightened girths, checked saddle knots, and mounted. The world did not pause. It aligned. Ogidi would be raised in proper assembly, as his father had named. Talyui would hold the center, keeping balance until the rites were complete. Chagatai would speak harshly, because harshness was his nature, and then he would keep faith, because order mattered more than temper. The sons of Joki, Badu among them, would wait, measure, and listen, watching not for words but for assignments. Subutai would already be unrolling maps in his mind, tracing rivers with his finger, counting passes before anyone asked him to speak. Yeluchukai would bring numbers, not speeches, figures that bent harvests without breaking them, levies that fed armies without emptying fields. laws designed to make bribery unnecessary rather than merely illegal. In the West and South, some rulers mistook silence for retreat. They believed the storm had passed. They did not understand that the storm had learned how to last. The army moved again, not yet toward an enemy, but toward a river where tents would circle and words would be spoken that bound bloodlines and commanders into a single will. Around the fires, elders spoke to the young, not as teachers but as witnesses. They spoke of Togrul's camp and the sable coat, of a dawn raid when the Merkits took a wife, and the answer came fast and final. They spoke of Baljuna, of mud and cold and loyalty measured not by comfort but by endurance. They spoke of Zhongdu, of the Oxus, of the Kala River. And now they spoke of Lingwu, of rivers that refused to be mastered, and of a fall from a saddle that shook them more than any battle. They did not shape these stories as an ending. They shaped them as a road. The death of Chinggis Khan did not leave an empty sky. It left instructions. It left obligations. It left men who had lived long enough under his rule to know how the next step should look. The morning tent stood. Guards changed without speech. Messengers rode the relay lines. From the Orkhon to the Oxus, from northern forests to southern border towns, word spread that a great assembly would be held. Princes of the house came. Captains of thousands came. Envoys from allied tribes arrived early, hoping to be seen close to the fire when the choice was made. The Kurultai gathered in late summer, 2 years after the death. Elders, commanders, and notables from many peoples took their places. Chagatai spoke with his usual sharpness, words like spear points. The sons of Joki watched the tone of the gathering rather than its volume. Talyui kept order, steward of the house. The decision had been prepared long before, by the father's will, and by the way each son had behaved across years of war. Ogidiai's manner was open. He could drink deeply and laugh loudly. He could also listen, yield, and keep men at the table when pride might have broken it. He did not carry the rigid pride that had split brothers before. He was not a patient clerk, but he understood the value of clerks. When the elders spoke and the ranks shouted as one, Ogidiai was lifted and declared great Khan. Among herding peoples, generosity is the first test of rule. Ogidiai began there. Storehouses were opened. Horses went to captains who had ridden mounts to ruin. Robes and belts were given to men whose loyalty had been tested far from home. Gifts traveled outward, to allied tribes, to distant vassals. The message was plain. A Khan who hoards in celebration will be abandoned in need. Gifts were not policy. They were tone. From that tone rose Karakoram, not a stone capital like those of China, but a planned camp that hardened into a city. Ogidiai chose the Orkhon Valley, near ancient stones steely marked with Turkic runes. Grass, timber, fish, and roads met there. Workshops spread out, smiths, bowyers, carpenters, potters. Storehouses lined the river. A timber palace rose, its beams carved by artisans drawn from conquered lands. Markets were divided by custom. Muslim traders here, Chinese merchants there, others where they preferred. A silver tree stood in the palace yard. A fountain crafted by a foreign artisan poured wine, mare's milk, and mead during feasts. A piece of theater and a declaration that strange skills were welcome if they served the court. Administration moved more easily when it had walls to block the wind. Yelu Chukai found in Ogidiai a ruler willing to trust numbers over impulse. Registers were kept, granaries counted, levies fixed. Officials collected shares of grain and cloth rather than lives. Abuse did not vanish. It became visible and punishable. The relay system spread into a web across continents. Posts stood a day's ride apart. Fresh mounts waited. Tablets opened doors. Messages crossed deserts and days. Caravans moved under guard. Monks crossed languages without being robbed. The roads became the empire's most enduring invention. The armies did not rest. Campaigns resumed. The Jin court fled south again, hoping distance would save them. Winter crossings broke resistance. Siege engines spoke. Fire followed stone. In 1234, Jin rule ended. Alliances faded once enemies were gone. The Song would learn that borders drawn in hope rarely last. In the west, battle waited. Subutai remembered rivers and forests that led far beyond rumor. Ogidi listened. The work was not finished. It had merely changed direction. The muster that gathered on the western edge of the steppe was vast, even by Mongol measure. Princes of the ruling house arrived with their tumans, banners snapping in winter wind. Gayuk came as the son of the great Khan. Monk came as the eldest son of Talyui. Kadin rode from the line of Ogidi. Orda came from the house of Joki, bearing the quiet authority of the western branch. The army did not move as a single mass. It moved in wings, each capable of ranging 100 miles apart and still converging on the same point at the same appointed day. Subutai laid the course with a patience that bordered on art, tracing a path across the Ural foothills, along the great bend of the Volga, and into the dark belt of forests beyond the open plains. Winter was chosen deliberately. Frozen rivers became roads. Snow concealed movement. Cold punished defenders more than riders who had learned to sleep beside their mounts. Surprise lived where no sane general expected an army to pass. The first blows fell on the Volga Bulgars and the cities along the lower river. Walls were tested, terms demanded, engines brought forward on sledges. Cities that yielded quickly were stripped of supplies and left standing. Those that resisted were broken, and the wings moved on without delay. Then the columns turned west. Kuman riders scattered, reformed, scattered again. Polovtsian leaders fled east and west, carrying warnings no court fully believed. In the lands of the Rus, princes gathered in uneasy councils, men proud of lineage, skilled in rivalry, and united only in their distrust of one another. The Mongols did not wait for agreement. They struck town after town along the upper Volga and the Oka, applying engines where walls stood firm, and moving on the moment submission came. By the spring of 1241, one wing had entered Poland, while another pressed into Hungary. Subutai sent a diversion under Bidar and Kadin through Lesser Poland, tasked not with conquest but with confusion. Krakow resisted and burned. At Legnica, Duke Henry of Silesia assembled knights, burghers, and a contingent of Teutonic brothers for a stand. The Mongols answered with smoke, feigned retreat, and sudden turns. The European line stretched, broke, and was struck in fragments. The Duke fell. Chroniclers later wrote of severed heads and captured banners, trying to make sense of a defeat that felt unreal. The diversion achieved its purpose. Western forces were drawn away, leaving the Hungarian plain exposed. Batu and Subutai forced the Carpathians by multiple routes and poured into the heartland. King Bela of Hungary trusted in marshland and a single bridge near the Sejo River, believing it could be held. The Mongols built 2 crossings. Under cover of night, timbers and rope were carried forward. Piles were driven silently into mud where scouts had marked shallow ground. At dawn, the known bridge was assaulted with noise and fury, while Subutai sent a mass of horse across the hidden crossing to fall upon the Hungarian flank and rear. Arrows cut down resistance. Panic completed the work. The field near the village later called Mohi was thick with dead and plunder. The army did not rest. It hunted remnants across the countryside, then turned south toward Croatia and Dalmatia. European rulers stared at maps, unable to understand an enemy that welcomed winter and raised bridges in a single night. While Europe reeled, news came from the east. Ogidi died in Karakorum after a winter of heavy drinking and a fever that could not be turned. An empire trained to move at courier speed now confronted the weight of its own law. A new great Khan could only be chosen in assembly. Batu would not submit to Gayuk without a proper Kurultai. Gaiuk would not accept Bada's authority in the west as anything more than inherited privilege. Subutai urged a winter advance into Austria and beyond. The order instead came to withdraw. The army turned east. Chroniclers in Germany and Italy spoke of angels and divine mercy. The truth was simpler. Custom held princes together, and custom demanded that the house return to choose its head. Even as the armies withdrew, the empire continued to change shape. Talyui had died earlier, offering his life in ritual when Ogidi fell gravely ill. His widow, Sorgatani Beki, assumed guardianship of her sons with a competence that impressed even those reluctant to praise a woman. She secured tutors in languages and law. She taught respect for clerics of many faiths. She understood how to let talented servants work without fear. When Gaiuk was raised as Great Khan after a regency led by his mother Torajin, it was Sorgatani who quietly protected her son's interests. Gaiuk ruled with a stiffness that alienated Badu and unsettled ministers. He died on campaign in the west before forcing a settlement that might have shattered the house. Through all of this, the administrative habits planted by Chinggis and refined by Ogidi kept the engine running. Daragachi reported floods and tax shortfalls. The yam functioned despite war and princely quarrels. Ortok merchants financed caravans with court advances and were repaid through tolls and privileges. Craftsmen taken from Zhongdu and Kaifeng built engines in Samarkand and Bokhara. Ideas moved as fast as goods. Paper money was studied where it had taken root in the south. Gunpowder recipes traveled with engineers, finding their way into Syriac and Arabic notebooks. A Persian surgeon debated cautery with a Chinese physician, both agreeing that a poor saddle injured more soldiers than any imbalance of humors. In North China, war with the Song intensified. The Song navy controlled great rivers and produced war junks in vast numbers. The Mongols learned river warfare by hiring local pilots and compelling surrendered shipwrights to train new crews. A Song admiral, Yu Yunwen, won a sharp victory on the Yangtze with fire ships and chain defenses. Mongol commanders studied the defeat, rebuilt, and returned when ice and low water exposed river towns that had trusted too much in current and depth. Within the ruling house, uppunages hardened into realms. The Jochid lands became a western khanate later known as the Golden Horde, drawing wealth from fur, fish, and Volga trade while projecting power toward the Black Sea and the Balkans. The Chagatai realm in Transoxiana controlled the routes between Samarkand and Kashgar, blending Turkic and Mongol custom. The Talyuid branch held Mongolia and North China, anchoring Karakoram and the title of Great Khan. What began as family allotment became borders. The center still commanded, but it commanded through men with interests of their own, men skilled at cloaking ambition in the language of service. Ogidi's reign thus drew two long lines across the map. One ran south into Jin and Song lands, demanding siegecraft and patience. The other ran west with Badu and Subutai, demanding winter marches, river crossings, and a mind capable of striking multiple fortified towns in a single day with wings that had not met for weeks. The postal system and merchant partnerships bound both lines to the center. Rules protecting envoys made communication possible. The habit of elevating ability, whether born under felt or stone, kept the empire from unraveling when a pillar fell. When men later spoke of the age of Chinggis, they remembered fire and gallop. The age of Ogidi added something quieter and just as powerful. It added rhythm. Orders left Karakoram at dawn. Reports returned at dusk. Caravans planned routes by relay grass. Judges set days for hearing disputes. Captains trained men through winter, so spring did not demand too much at once. A boy in the Kashig learned where to stand and when to speak. A woman married into the ruling house learned that a message sent to the center would be answered before the season turned. By the fires at night, as arrowheads were polished, men spoke less of borders now. They spoke of roads. They could ride from the Alai Mountains to the Caspian Sea without fearing a knife in the dark or a toll taken at spear point. They could send a letter from Karakorum to Bokhara and receive an answer within a span that allowed real planning, not prayers and guesswork. They could commission glass lamps from a Persian merchant and see them arrive weeks later under armed escort, intact and accounted for. This is what empire feels like to those who live inside it. It feels like a road that does not vanish after the next hill. The voice that had named Ogidi as heir still echoed in the councils of sons and nephews. But empire is not a cloak passed with a single motion of the hand. It survives through constant choice, constant correction. When Ogidi died, the center did not collapse. It was held together by a woman. Toragine, his principal wife, took the seals of power as regent while a new Kurultai could be summoned. She distributed gifts where loyalty wavered and threats where patience ran thin. Through pressure and promise alike, she gathered enough support to raise her son. Gayuk was proclaimed Great Khan and seated in the felt court at Karakorum. His reign was short and instructive. He pressed administrators and princes hard, demanded obedience without softness, and drank as if racing his own heart. He set out westward intending to discipline Badu of the House of Joki. He never arrived. He died on the road, and the center shook again. The seals passed to another woman. Oghul Kamish assumed the regency, but she lacked the networks that mattered. Against her, quietly and without spectacle, stood a figure of deeper strength. Sorgatani Beki, widow of Talyui and mother of Monk, Kublai, Hulagu, and Erik Bok. She educated her sons in languages, law, and custom. She honored clerics of many faiths and placed capable tutors beside each boy. She forged alliances without noise and waited. When the Kurultai met in a year carefully marked by both Persian and Chinese chroniclers, Monk was raised as Great Khan. He began with cleansing. Officials who had sold offices or extorted peasants were removed without ceremony. The line of Talyui had taken the reins. Monk ruled with a quiet gravity. He did not love wine as his uncle had. He loved accurate lists, clear reports, and commanders who could plan not a raid, but a season. He upheld Yeluchutsai's system of registration and measured taxation. He promoted men who took bribes from no one. Then he opened two doors at once. One door faced south, toward the Song dynasty, which still held the richest river basins of China. The other opened west, toward the remains of the Khwarezmian world, toward the mountain fortresses of the Nizari Ismailis, and toward the Abbasid Caliphate on the Tigris. Hulagu, the third son of Talyui, was sent west with a host unlike any seen before. Engineers and sappers marched beside cavalry. Siege masters, Persian accountants, Armenian laborers, Georgian carpenters, all moved under horsehair standards. The mountain castles of the Nizaris fell one by one as stone eaters gnawed at their foundations. At Alamut, libraries were catalogued. Some books were preserved by secretaries who valued knowledge even amid conquest. From there, the army moved toward the Tigris. Baghdad had been a beacon of learning for centuries. It sat on a great river bend, protected by dikes and sustained by markets fed from many lands. Hulagu sent envoys demanding submission. The caliph replied with confidence drawn from history rather than from soldiers. The Mongol lines tightened. Stone throwers spoke without rest. On a winter day, the defenses broke. The city fell. The sack that followed was vast, even by the harsh arithmetic of the age. Later historians walked the ruins and could not count the dead. They wrote instead of the Tigris running dark with ink from shattered libraries, mixed with blood. A new court rose in the west at Maragha and later at Tabriz. There, Hulagu gathered scholars beneath one roof. The astronomer Nasir al-Din al-Tusi built an observatory where Chinese star tables met Greek and Persian theory. A Mongol court had become a place where new knowledge could be made. Power answered power. In the north, Berk of the House of Joki, now a Muslim, saw the fall of Baghdad as an affront. He watched Hulagu with cold attention. Family bonds bent. Burke found common cause with the Mamluks of Egypt, former slaves turned masters of Cairo and Syria. While Hulagu dealt with revolt and famine in Iran, a Mongol force remained in Syria. The Mamluks met them at a spring called Ain Jalut. On a hot September day, steppe tactics were turned against steppe veterans. Feigned retreat, sudden counterattack, storms of arrows. The Mongol commander Kitbuka fell. The aura of invincibility cracked in the Levant. Cousins now fought cousins. The house of Chinggis had become more than a family. It had become states. In the east, Monk pressed the war against the Song. He demanded grain, shipyards, and sustained river campaigns. He assigned Kublai to the northern front and ordered Erik Bok to keep the homeland steady. Cities fell along the great rivers. Chinese engineers built floating bridges and mobile towers. Monk himself rode into Sichuan and died there. Of illness, of exhaustion, no one could say. His death released what had been held tight. Kublai was proclaimed Great Khan in the north at Xanadu. Erik Bok was proclaimed in Karakoram by princes of the homeland. Civil war followed, stretching across Asia's spine. Kublai won through supply, distance, and patient politics. Erik Bok surrendered and died in captivity. Kublai set his capital at Kambalik, Dadu, later Beijing, and proclaimed a new dynasty. Yuan was written on seals and banners. The court assumed the weight of Chinese emperorship. Kublai remained Mongol in his bones. He honored the decimal army and the horsehair standards. Yet he read memorials from Chinese scholars and answered with careful phrases. He repaired the Grand Canal so grain could flow north. He issued paper money backed by stores and receipts. He built granaries to steady famine years. Envoys came from Venice and from Rome. A friar spoke to him of the earth's shape and divided churches. A Venetian family arrived whose son would later shape Europe's imagination. The conquest of the Southern Song tested everything the empire had learned. The Song had ships, disciplined crews, and river logistics. Kublai built a navy. Shipwrights trained new hands. Campaigns advanced through channels and lakes year by year. At last, near Yamen, the final fleet gathered with a child emperor aboard. Song ships were chained together. Firepots flew. The wind failed them. And with that, the age of divided China ended. They say that when Lu Shufu wrapped the young emperor in his arms and stepped into the sea, an entire age exhaled and went silent. The waves closed over them, and with that single, terrible gesture, the Southern Song ended not with surrender, but with devotion. For the first time in centuries, all of China stood beneath a single authority. The house that had risen from the windswept Onan River, far beyond the memory of rice fields and walled cities. Kublai Khan did not linger long over morning. His gaze had already moved outward, beyond rivers and canals, toward horizons his steppe ancestors had known only as rumor. He believed that power, once secured, must be tested at its edges. And so he turned to the sea. Fleets were ordered into being. Korean shipwrights shaped hulls with speed rather than patience. Chinese sailors were gathered by the thousands, speaking dialects that often failed to meet in the middle. Mongol officers stood above them all, masters of land warfare attempting to command water. The first great armada crossed to Japan and fought briefly along the shores, before a sudden storm tore ships from their anchors and scattered them like leaves. Survivors limped home with stories of wind that howled like spirits. Years later, a second expedition, larger, heavier, more ambitious, set sail. Again the storms came. Japanese chroniclers named them kamikaze, divine winds sent by heaven. Kublai's conclusion was simpler and colder. Ships rushed into service, crews without shared discipline, and commanders without sea-hardened instincts could not survive a typhoon. Even an empire had limits when the ocean chose to speak. Southward, Kublai pressed into lands of heat and water. Armies marched into Pagan, Kampa, and Dai Viet. Capitals fell. Treaties were signed. Tribute was promised. Yet jungles closed behind retreating columns, monsoon rains erased roads, and local resistance refused to fade. Victories hardened into stalemates. The empire learned again what it had begun to suspect. Reach was not the same as grasp. No cavalry charge could master a mangrove swamp. While the Toluid branch reshaped China, the other lines of Chinggis Khan found their own balance. In the west, the Golden Horde fixed its capital at Sarai, where steppe grass met river trade. From there, Khans ruled not through occupation but through charter. Russian princes traveled south to receive the Yarlik, the patent of authority, returning with legitimacy that cowed rivals. Some, like Alexander Nevsky, learned how to survive, and even prosper, within this system. Trade thickened along the rivers and toward the Black Sea. Furs, wax, grain, and silver moved under guard. Over time, the horde's rulers embraced Islam. Mosques rose near markets where Italian merchants stored goods. Sarai became neither fully steppe nor fully city, but something in between, a hinge of worlds. In Iran, the Ilkhanate struggled with scars left by conquest. Baghdad's fall had broken old structures without immediately replacing them. Famine and rebellion followed. Yet under rulers like Ghazan, reforms took root. Islam became the faith of the court. Administration tightened. Rashid al-Din, physician, vizier, historian, set out to write a universal history. He gathered reports from China, India, the Islamic lands, and the steppe, attempting something no empire had tried before: a single narrative of the world as connected space. Observatories rose at Maragha. Star tables merged Chinese precision with Greek geometry and Persian tradition. Coins were standardized. Experiments with paper currency faltered, lacking the bureaucratic depth that sustained it in Yuan China. Knowledge advanced unevenly but unmistakably. Between east and west stretched the Chagatai realm, where Mongol law and Turkic custom met without fully merging. There, Kaidu, grandson of Ogidi, refused to bow to Kublai. His long resistance across Central Asia turned roads dangerous again and drained both courts. Distance had become political. Unity was now spoken more often than enforced. And yet, the machinery of empire endured. The Yam system still carried orders across continents. Envoys bearing Pesa tablets expected shelter and fresh horses. Merchants partnered with governors to provision armies. Law protected messengers. Clerics traveled freely. A Franciscan friar could drink fermented mare's milk in a felt tent, then pray in a Persian caravanserai, and days later bow before a silk-robed magistrate in China. The empire did not erase difference. It made movement possible. Along these same roads traveled ideas. Paper-making techniques moved west. Gunpowder formulas followed, reshaping siege warfare from the Levant to Europe. Artistic motifs fused, Chinese clouds curling through Persian tilework. Medical texts crossed languages. Astronomers compared stars night after night, building shared habits of observation. But movement carried shadow as well as light. In the mid-14th century, disease rose from the high plateaus and followed the trade routes to the Black Sea. At Kaffa, ships carried death into Mediterranean ports. Streets emptied, bells rang without end. The Black Death spread along the very pathways that had once promised safety and connection. No Khan had willed it. It was the unintended cost of openness. As for the memory of Chinggis Khan, it remained unsettled. The Yasa was never written as a single book. It lived in judgments, habits, and expectation of fairness enforced by power. Later generations argued over its meaning. Mongols remembered it through story. The secret history preserved songs and quarrels, giving voice to lives otherwise flattened by foreign chroniclers. Persian historians placed the Mongols into sacred timelines. Chinese officials traced how a steppe court became a dynasty without becoming Chinese. Agreement emerged only on certain traits. loyalty rewarded, betrayal punished, skill welcomed, envoys protected. Capitals shifted, Karakorum faded, Kambalik rose, Sarai prospered, Tabriz traded west. Each branch wore the Mongol inheritance differently, yet a traveler would still recognize certain signs everywhere. The black horsehair banner, the relay post, the peza, the inviolable messenger. That was the lasting design of the boy from the Onan. He had not built only an army, but a way to move power, people, and ideas across space. Centuries later, elders still rode to Burkhan Khaldun to give thanks. No stone marked the grave. Silence guarded it. Memory lived instead, in ritual, in names, in arguments, in admiration and fear intertwined. And perhaps that is how empires truly end, not with collapse alone, but by dissolving into the roads they once made unbreakable. His descendants would rule China, Iran, and the open lands of the steppe in different centuries and under different creeds. Yet traces of his first vision endured wherever a courier rode beneath a recognized safe conduct, wherever a merchant demanded fair measure under a charter sealed with Mongol authority, and wherever a judge allowed a Brahmin, a monk, and a mullah to argue their cases in the same court without fear. In such moments, the original idea still breathed, quietly, stubbornly alive. Once, in a smaller world, Borchu and Jelm shared meat beside a low fire and spoke of the ride ahead. Somewhere beyond the circle of light, Jamukha lay awake, thinking of his Anda and of a future in which they would ride together again. The boy who had learned to survive by digging frozen roots was beginning to master another craft. The art of arranging people as carefully as he once arranged snares for rabbits. The wind pressed against the felt walls of the gur and hissed its approval through the seams. Dawn on the steppe can be gentle or merciless. On the morning that would scar memory for a lifetime, it was cruel. Temujin's camp lay quiet in a fold of land near the Onan River. Smoke from the night fires thinned into the pale air. Horses grazed at the edge of light. The men on watch felt safer than they should have. Out of the washed gray dawn came the merkits, swift and sudden, like a flock of crows converging on a single kill. They carried old grievances against Holon's family and against the man who had taken her from them years before. They came for vengeance. They came for women. They found what they sought. The attack was sharp and well chosen. The smaller camp could not hold. Temujin fought to shield his family, then broke away with a handful of companions and drove his horses hard toward the slopes of Burkhan Khaldun. Borte could not escape. She was seized along with other women and children and carried north toward Merkit pastures. The old pattern of abduction returned to the Borjigin, not as alliance, but as wound. Hidden among birch and stone on the sacred mountain, Temujin spoke to the sky and to the land. He vowed loyalty to Burkhan Khaldun if it would preserve him. Then he sent word to two men whose names still carried weight on the steppe. One was Togrul, ruler of the Karaite, who had once accepted Temujin as a foster son when the young man placed a sable coat in his hands. The other was Jamukha, sworn brother of his youth. Both answered. Blood and oath still mattered when the debt was clear. What followed was the first large command Temujin helped shape. The Karaite arrived in strength. Jamukha brought a tide of riders drawn from noble lines. Temujin, still a minor leader, added what he could. Together they tracked the Merkits across rivers and through willow-choked valleys. The raiders had settled into a camp where they believed themselves secure among kin. Security is a dangerous belief on the steppe. The allied host struck at speed. Arrows rose and fell like thistledown in a hard wind. The Merkit line shattered and scattered along the waterways. Borte was found alive and returned to Temujin's arms. Holon's younger sister was rescued as well. In that moment, alliances were sealed, not only in gratitude but in shared victory. The camp that formed afterward became a living school. The Karaite brought clerks, priests of the Nestorian rite, seasoned guards, and messengers who knew the tracks leading to the Jin frontier and beyond. Jamukha's followers carried the confidence of long pedigree. Temujin's circle was smaller, bound not by ancestry, but by trust. For a time, the three camps braided together. They hunted the same herds, feasted from shared kettles, and traded stories that polished old reputations while carving new ones. During these months, Borte gave birth to Joki, lighting a quiet fuse of uncertainty. Borte had remained among the Merkits long enough for doubt to surface in whispers that never fully die in nomad camps. Temujin accepted the child as his son without hesitation and treated him so in every public act. Still, the murmur followed. In later years, rivals would sharpen that doubt into a weapon. For now, the birth marked survival after a blow that might have ended the household. Temujin watched and learned. He observed how Togrul received envoys and how swiftly he decided. He studied Karait patrols and their warning signals along distant ridges. He saw how Jamukha bound nobles with gifts, and how careless words could unravel respect. He learned how easily pride turned to resentment when one man's fame rose faster than another's. The long gathering ended as such meetings always do, with separation chosen before envy broke the bond. Temujin struck his own camp. Holun sensed the moment when gratitude begins to harden into a leash. Borte, calm and deliberate, agreed. Temujin and Jamukha spoke in the language of brotherhood, but friction lay beneath the words. When Temujin moved away, 41 households of significant men followed him. Not for gold, not from fear, but because they had watched how he divided meat and kept promises. They preferred that fairness to the old hierarchies of birth. The split made tension visible. Camps shifted. Alliances recalculated. The Tatars lingered at a wary distance. The Taykid remembered old hunts. The Merkits waited and smoldered. Temujin worked quietly. He organized his followers into units that could act without him, groups of 10 and 100 drawn from mixed families. This was the seed of a new order, planted long before he had power to enforce it across the steppe. War declared itself at a place remembered as Dalan Bal's hut. Jamukha commanded larger numbers and older names. He also led those who feared a world where merit outweighed lineage. When the hosts met, the sky filled with kestrels and the earth trembled under hooves. Temujin's men fought fiercely, but were outnumbered. He was wounded and barely escaped. Jamukha ordered atrocities afterward, boiling captives, mutilating rivals. The cruelty lingered longer than victory. Men drifted away from him in shame and fear. Many found Temujin's camp, where they were accepted, forgiven, and used. Temujin did not despair. He moved, listened, and rebuilt. There are accounts suggesting he spent time among the Jin, perhaps as a mercenary, perhaps as a captive who proved useful. Chinese envoys later described a Mongol leader who learned their ways before returning to the steppe with sharper vision. Whether this was Temujin or one of his closest companions, the change was clear. By the mid-1190s, the steppe shifted again. Temujin settled old scores with ruthless force and measured mercy. He turned against the Tatars, long tied to his family's suffering, breaking them in a campaign swift and decisive. Their leaders fell. Their people were absorbed. One captive confessed to having shot Temujin's horse from beneath him in battle. Temujin spared the man, honoring courage and truth even in an enemy. The habit was forming, the same one that would later shape an empire. He gave the man a new name, Jib the Arrow, and with that name, a new life. What had been an enemy's shaft became a symbol of precision and loyalty. Jib rose quickly, revealing a rare gift for reading ground and timing surprise. He would become one of Temujin's most feared cavalry commanders, a leader whose instinct for terrain and sudden movement would unsettle enemies from Manchuria to the distant Dnieper. At the same time, Temujin used his bond with Togrul to steady Karait affairs. A faction had risen against the aging ruler, and Temujin rode in support without hesitation. The revolt was crushed swiftly. The Karait throne stood firmer than before. Togrul was pleased in the way a father is pleased by a son who acts with judgment rather than impulse. Yet among watchers on the steppe, murmurs grew. Each success added to Temujin's prestige, and prestige on the steppe is as dangerous as it is useful. It gathers followers and envy in equal measure. The connection to the Jin court continued to shape events. In 1196, the Jin moved against rebel Tatar groups and summoned their steppe allies. Temujin answered the call. He fought effectively, sent prisoners and severed heads as proof of service, and received titles and gifts in return. This brief alignment with a settled empire confused some rivals and impressed others. It marked Temujin as a leader who could cross boundaries without losing face. He took what he needed from the alliance and gave back only what did not weaken him. His household was growing more complex. His sons were now old enough to ride with small companions and to taste command in its smallest forms. Joki, despite the shadow of rumor that clung to his birth, showed courage and generosity. Chagatai revealed a hard sense of law and a sharp tongue. Ogidi possessed a gift for friendship, able to cool quarrels before they hardened. Talyui, the youngest, carried a visible fire even as a boy. Temujin watched his sons as carefully as he watched his officers. He arranged marriages to bind tribes to his tent. He listened to Borte, who advised him with quiet clarity, and to Holun, who never softened her truths. The old friendship with Jamuka never fully faded. Messages passed from time to time, attempts to recover the ease of youth. But the steppe rarely allows such wishes to complete themselves. Jamuka could not accept a world where men of humble birth stood beside princes. Temujin would not return to the old hierarchy. Their words sometimes reached toward one another, but their paths continued to diverge. Defections wore down the old guard. Men who had witnessed the boiling of captives after Dallin Bal's hut could not forget the sight. Others came after private insults by chiefs who relied too heavily on lineage. Some followed omens spoken by shamans. Others wanted their sons to rise higher than birth would allow. Temujin welcomed them carefully. He distributed newcomers across mixed units, ensuring no man served only among his own kin. This small choice would become the skeleton of a new order. The years around the turn of the century were a crucible. Temujin had failed, retreated, learned, and returned stronger. He had bound himself to a powerful patron, and learned that a patron can be both shelter and future danger. He had rescued his wife with borrowed strength, and repaid the debt with service. He had turned enemies into commanders and rumors into discipline. He began to speak less of personal grievances and more of a work larger than the old cycle of raid and revenge. The steppe was not yet ready to accept that vision, but men had begun to hear it. One late autumn night, Temujin sat in council with Borchu, Jelm, Jeeb, and a handful of elders. Firelight carved islands of faces from shadow. They spoke of winter routes, of which tribes were growing brittle, and of which allies would hold when forced to choose between pride and promise. Outside, a young rider in a threadbare coat held 2 horses, waiting for orders. He did not know he would ride for a nation not yet born. He only knew that the cold bit less sharply when one stood close to a horse. The years following Borte's recovery were a slow ascent. Power on the steppe grows as distance does by accumulation. A leader gathers households one by one. He proves he can keep men fed through winter and rewarded in summer. His reputation travels farther than any rider. By the turn of the century, Temujin's name was widely spoken. Jamuka's victory at Dallin Bal's hut had not ended the contest, it had sharpened it. Men remembered the mutilations and the boiling of captives. Such acts declared a kind of rule. Many warriors who once respected Jamuka's lineage began to look toward Temujin's camp. There they found a different atmosphere. Birth mattered less than service. Loot was divided by contribution. Quarrels were settled swiftly and without favoritism. It was not a gentle camp, but it was a clear one, and clarity draws those tired of ancient slights. Temujin rebuilt patiently. He raided where it served purpose and parleyed where it bought time. He kept close ties with Togrul, suppressing another Karaite revolt and earning further favor. Grazing rights were granted, no small gift in lean years. There was affection in the bond and calculation on both sides. Temujin needed shelter while gathering strength. Togrul needed a hard-riding lieutenant. Old enemies were handled without hesitation. The Tatars, long linked to the death of Yasujii, felt the weight of Temujin's anger. Their leadership was broken. Adult males who resisted were executed as vengeance and warning. Their families were absorbed and scattered among Temujin's followers. Among the captives stood the bowman who confessed to having shot Temujin's horse years earlier. Temujin spared him and reaffirmed his name, Jib the Arrow. The choice would echo far beyond the steppe. By the year later counted as 1201, the steppe had split into two great tendencies. One gathered around Jamukha and the old aristocratic order. The other formed, sometimes quietly, sometimes in open celebration, around Temujin and the belief that loyalty and ability could outweigh pedigree. The lines were never clean. Brothers stood on opposite sides. Admiration and fear mixed freely. The steppe was not a board of chess pieces, but a web of marriages, grudges, pasture rights, and calculations about grass and water. Jamukha's supporters proclaimed him Gurkhan, a title heavy with memory. They rallied Taikid, Nayman allies, and clans wounded in pride by Temujin's rise. Temujin and Togrul stood together. Lesser groups waited to see which wind would prevail. At a place remembered as Yeti Kunin, the lines were tested. Mobility and patience carried the day. The opposition withdrew chastened. Soon after, Temujin completed the breaking of the Tatars and absorbed their common people into new formations. He learned that the surest way to end the old order was to dissolve its lines. Units of 10 and of 100 were formed, cutting across clan and blood. Loyalty was redirected upward. The structure of an empire was being assembled long before it had a name. He was not yet strong enough to impose this system across the entire steppe, but wherever his authority reached, he practiced it relentlessly. He broke old habits on purpose. Men from different clans were mixed into the same units, not out of kindness but calculation. A chief could no longer storm away with his followers in a moment of wounded pride, and Temujin could move his forces like a single arm instead of a handful of fingers that might loosen at the wrong instant. Control came not from shouting commands, but from quietly rearranging loyalties. The growing tension with the Karaite Confederation first gathered around what should have been an ordinary gesture, a marriage proposal. Temujin suggested that his eldest son, Joki, marry a daughter of Togrul. On the steppe, such unions were the traditional glue of alliances. But this time, the offer struck exposed nerves. Old whispers about Joki's birth had never fully faded, and among some Karaite nobles the proposal was taken not as respect, but as insult. Sengam, Togrul's son, resented Temujin's rising fame and feared that the younger man's camp would eclipse his own when inheritance was decided. Jamukha fed this unease with careful words. He warned that Temujin's habit of elevating common men threatened the dignity of noble bloodlines. What he offered was not merely criticism, but fear of a world turned upside down. An ambush was quietly planned to remove Temujin before his influence became irreversible. Two herdsmen, men who listened as carefully as they watched their animals, overheard fragments of the plot. They carried the warning to Temujin's tent under cover of night. He did not argue or hesitate. He slipped away with his closest followers before the trap could close, leaving behind empty fires and confusion. What followed were weeks balanced on the edge of ruin. At the sands of Kalakaljid, Temujin suffered a crushing defeat. His camp was scattered, his household endangered, and for a moment it seemed that the story would end in a familiar way, with trophies displayed at a victor's feast and songs sung over another fallen rival. His family narrowly avoided capture. His power appeared broken. But escape changed everything. Temujin gathered a handful of survivors at a water remembered as Baljuna. Their horses were exhausted. Their supplies were gone. In desperation and resolve, Temujin slaughtered his own mount to feed those who remained. They mixed muddy water with mare's milk and shared it without ceremony. There, standing ankle-deep in filth and hunger, they swore an oath. If heaven allowed them to rise again, they would share wealth and hardship alike, and they would never forget who had stood beside whom when nothing else remained. Those men were not bound by tribe, nor even by faith. Some were not Mongols at all. What bound them was loyalty, personal, chosen, and tested. Later chroniclers would downplay this moment because it did not fit neat categories of lineage. But for those who lived it, the Baljuna oath was a foundation stone. These companions became a cadre Temujin would trust with his life in the wars yet to come. Recovery came not through luck, but through patience and deceit. Temujin split his forces and staged feigned retreats, drawing Karaite detachments into terrain he had already measured in his mind. Hidden units struck exposed flanks. Pressure was applied until lines bent and then shattered. Togrul fled and died at the hands of strangers who did not recognize him. Sengam escaped toward distant refuge. As before, Temujin did not destroy the defeated, he absorbed them. The Karaite people were folded into his growing body, just as the Tatars had been. He married into the fallen royal family and arranged marriages for his sons that turned former rivals into members of his household. During this time, Sorkok Tani, a young woman of Karaite lineage who would later shape the destinies of emperors, entered the family. With the Karaite broken, only the Nayman Confederation remained as a serious obstacle. The Nayman looked both west and east, maintaining ties with settled realms beyond the Altai and remnants of the Khitan world. Their leader, remembered as Chinggis Khan, was brave but hesitant. Beside him stood Kuklug, younger, bolder, and far less measured. Jamukha found refuge among them and urged immediate action before Temujin's momentum became unstoppable. The confrontation came in the high country, in a place some called Chakrmat. Temujin's army had evolved. Scouts ranged far ahead and to the flanks. Smoke signals and flags carried orders across vast fronts. The corps remained mounted archers who could unleash storms of arrows, then close with lances and sabers once enemy lines faltered. The Nayman fought fiercely, attempting to draw Temujin into broken ground where his horses would lose their advantage. Jib and Khazar probed for weaknesses and found them. The battle stretched not for hours, but for days. When the Nayman finally broke, they collapsed completely. Chinggis Khan fell. Kuklug fled west with a handful of followers. Jamukha slipped away into the hills. The Nayman, like the Karaite and the Tatars before them, were absorbed. The steppe increasingly answered to one name. The final chapter of Temujin's rivalry with Jamukha remains one of the most revealing moments in the saga. Jamukha's own followers betrayed him, delivering him bound in hopes of reward. Temujin ordered the traitors executed for breaking their bond. Loyalty to him outweighed opportunity. He offered Jamukha forgiveness and a return to brotherhood if he would accept a subordinate place in the new order. Jamukha refused. He asked for a bloodless death, the last privilege of a prince. Temujin granted it. They spoke as men who remembered sharing a blanket as boys. Then the old friendship ended. The steppe now lay open. Temujin summoned a great assembly beside the waters of the Upper Onan. Chiefs and elders came, as did captains who owed their rank not to ancestry but to service. There, he was proclaimed Chinggis Khan. Scholars still debate the meaning of the title, whether it evokes the ocean's vastness or the firmness of something unyielding. Whatever its origin, its effect was unmistakable. A man who had known hunger, captivity, betrayal, and defeat now ruled a united people. This was not mere ceremony. Power itself was reshaped. Men were organized by tens, hundreds, and thousands. Warriors from conquered tribes were placed under commanders loyal to the center. The Kashik, his personal guard, was expanded into a school of command and administration. Records were kept. Shares of booty were measured. Theft, desertion, and harm to envoys were punished. Priests, monks, imams, and healers were protected. Scribes turned spoken orders into written law. Fresh horses were stationed so messages could outrun distance itself. The roots of all this lay in earlier years, in mixed camps, in learned clerks, and in a muddy oath beside a forgotten water. Those who had stood at Baljuno were rewarded. Jebe was given freedom to strike far. Mukali rose as a pillar of governance. Borte remained the calm center of the household. Holun, the mother who had once kept her sons alive on roots and fish, watched as the boy she had scolded became a ruler obeyed by nations. When the chiefs lifted Temujin upon a felt carpet and hailed him as Chinggis Khan, the sound rolled across the Onan like a drum. It was not the end of struggle, but the beginning of a different kind of labor. A people had been gathered. Now they required laws, officers, roads, and a purpose greater than vengeance. The steppe had known conquerors many times before. What set this moment apart was not victory alone, but intention. For the first time in generations, a conqueror did not stop at dominance. He set out to build a state, one that could survive him. The foundations were deliberately practical. Chinggis Khan strengthened the decimal system he had experimented with during his rise, turning it into the backbone of governance. Men were organized into units of 10, 100, 1,000, and 10,000. These were not abstract figures. They were tools designed to break the ancient grip of lineage. Riders were deliberately mixed so that cousins no longer rode only beside cousins, and loyalty was redirected away from blood and toward command. Leadership followed merit rather than ancestry. Commanders were chosen for steadiness under pressure, for judgment shown in chaos, and for courage proven in retreat as well as advance. In this system, a man who had once repaired saddles or tended herds could rise to command 100 riders if he demonstrated discipline and resolve. The steppe noticed. Aristocrats who sneered at the arrangement found it difficult to dismiss results when these units moved as a single body under fire, responding to signals with the precision of trained limbs. Close to the person of the Khan stood the Kashig, the day and night guard. What began as a small protective circle grew into something far more important, a school of rule. Promising young men were selected from families across the realm and brought into the guard. They lived near the Khan, observed councils, learned the habits of command, practiced record-keeping, and carried messages too sensitive to be entrusted elsewhere. Through the Kashig, the great families were bound to the center, not by force, but by honor, proximity, and the quiet understanding that their sons stood close to the fire where decisions were made. Law followed organization. Later writers would call it the Yasa, though there was no single scroll nailed to a wall. The law lived in spoken rulings, in precedent, and in the memory of scribes who recorded what the Khan decreed. Its principles were unmistakable. Theft of livestock was punished swiftly. Murder within the circle of tents demanded immediate justice. Soldiers were forbidden to abandon their comrades in battle. Spoils were to be carefully recorded and divided according to established rules, so envy and rumor could not rot discipline from within. Adultery, abduction, and the sale of human beings were restricted with penalties meant not only to punish, but to preserve the fragile cohesion of camp life. Above all stood one absolute rule: envoys were sacred. A messenger carried the authority of the Khan across borders and battle lines. To harm him was not merely an insult, it was a direct challenge to the order Chinggis Khan was creating. Religion was never turned into a blade. Priests of many traditions moved freely through the camps. Nestorian monks walked beside Buddhist lamas. Muslims prayed openly and judged their own disputes through imams. Shamans still beat their drums and called on the spirits of land and sky. Chinggis Khan encouraged each to keep to their customs and forbade persecution among those who lived in peace. In a realm that would soon stretch from forest to desert, tolerance was not idealism. It was statecraft, as essential as pasture for horses. To govern distance, the Khan gave his word speed. Courage alone could not carry messages across such vastness. Fresh horses were needed, along with known stations and unquestioned authority. Chinggis Khan established the Yam, a chain of relay posts that stitched valleys, plains, and mountain passes into a connected system. Each station kept spare mounts, fodder, and men trained for their duty. Couriers carried tablets of authority, pesa, often of metal or carved wood, marking them as servants of the Khan's business. With such a token, a rider could demand a fresh horse or shelter from any household along the route. Orders now traveled faster than armies could march. News reached the center before rumor could distort it. The steppe had been given a nervous system. Commerce was allowed to walk beside command. Chinggis Khan understood that caravans needed protection, just as armies needed supplies. He entered partnerships with merchants, often from Central Asia, who provided goods to the army in exchange for security and privilege. These men, known as ortoks, became arteries through which wealth and information flowed. A quartermaster on the Oxus and a clerk near the caravan could read the same inventory of cloth and grain and trust that the numbers would match upon arrival. Plunder was transformed into taxation, and taxation into planned logistics. The army stayed fed, and movement remained constant. With orders secured behind him, Chinggis Khan tested the borders. To the southwest lay Western Xia, a Tangut realm guarding the crossroads of desert, river, and mountain. Smaller than the Jin dynasty to the south, it was nonetheless rich in cities and skilled craftsmen. The Khan had already measured its strength during earlier years. Now he measured its willingness to submit. In 1205, Mongol riders struck probing raids along the frontier. In 1209, the Khan returned with a larger host. The heart of Western Xia was Zhongxing, modern Yinchuan, shielded by strong walls and the bends of the Yellow River. Steppe armies had broken themselves against walls before. Chinggis Khan refused to repeat their fate. He gathered engineers, Chinese, Khitan, and others, and put them to work. Mangonels were built. Stone throwers were hauled forward on wheeled frames. Sappers tested the earth beneath the defenses. Chroniclers tell of an attempt to divert the Yellow River to flood the city. The effort failed, and the waters turned against the besiegers instead. But even failure carried instruction. The Khan would use water, fire, and foreign knowledge as readily as horse and bow. After months of pressure, the Tangut court sued for peace. Tribute was agreed upon. Hostages were sent. A marriage sealed the submission. Chinggis Khan accepted and withdrew, gaining not only wealth but time and a quiet frontier. His gaze then turned to the greater weight of the Jin dynasty, whose border ran like iron along the grasslands. In 1211, the Khan summoned his commanders for a campaign no Mongol leader had attempted in a generation. The army moved toward the passes guarding the northern plains. Scouts searched for weaknesses in the Great Wall and the mountains that anchored it. The Mongols avoided the strongest gates. They used neglected paths, bribed guides, and relied on subject peoples who resented their Jurchen overlords. Once beyond the barrier, the army spread like water released into a channel. Columns moved in coordinated waves that shocked their opponents. Feigned retreats lured Jin forces from fortifications into open ground, where arrows fell like rain. When the Jin assembled massive armies to confront the invasion, the Mongols flowed around them, severing supply lines and striking where resistance was weakest. A cavalry capable of covering 50 or 60 miles a day became a strategic instrument rather than a tool of terror alone. Cities learned the arithmetic of Mongol war. Those that opened their gates early were spared and taxed. Those that resisted and inflicted losses faced deliberate destruction. The policy was not cruelty for its own sake. It was calculated enforcement, terror used to reduce future resistance. At the same time, artisans, scribes, and scholars were preserved whenever possible. Craftsmen were relocated north with their families. Skills were treated as treasure. Chinggis Khan understood that conquest without knowledge was temporary. Not every stroke fell directly from the Khan's hand. Macaulay, a commander of quiet strength, became the anchor of Mongol power in the northern plains. When Chinggis Khan returned to the steppe, he left Macaulay with authority to hold and expand Jin territory. Macaulay governed patiently. He accepted surrenders, installed Daragachi overseers, and kept granaries and courts functioning through local administrators. The Mongols were no longer merely occupying land. They were absorbing governance itself. Reputations were forged in these years. Jib, once spared by the Khan's mercy, showed an instinct for battle that bordered on foresight. Subutai, younger and reserved, began to speak in councils. He studied rivers, mountain spurs, and seasons, thinking not in days but in years. Together and apart, these men shaped a way of war that would soon carry Mongol banners far beyond the horizon. Families stood firmly within the widening circle of war. Chinggis Khan made certain that his sons did not grow in the shadow of his saddle alone. Each rode in a separate wing of the army, far enough apart to learn the weight of command without constant correction, yet close enough that their failures would not destroy the whole. In this way, the burdens of leadership were taught not through instruction, but through consequence. Joki earned a reputation for generosity towards surrendered towns and tribes, and for a natural talent in managing men of mixed origins. He understood that mercy, when carefully measured, could turn former enemies into steady supporters. Chagatai revealed a harsher nature. His devotion to law was absolute, impressing soldiers who valued order and angering allies who preferred negotiation and flexibility. Ogdi emerged as a natural mediator, gifted with an ability to cool tempers and mend disputes before they hardened into fractures. Talyui, still the youngest, watched all of this with intense focus. He absorbed lessons quietly, storing them away with a seriousness beyond his years. The Khan observed them all. In the privacy of the tent, he spoke often with Borte, whose counsel remained steady and unsparing. The matter of succession was known to everyone, yet spoken aloud by none. It rested like a sealed vessel on a high shelf, acknowledged, respected, and deliberately left unopened. The Jin court struggled to understand the enemy advancing across its northern frontier. They raised vast armies and marched them forward, only to find themselves chasing shadows. Mongol riders refused decisive engagement, withdrawing, circling, and striking where the Jin least expected. When pressure grew unbearable, the Jin court summoned southern reinforcements and eventually moved the capital southward to Kaifeng, hoping distance might serve as defense. In 1214, a treaty was concluded near Zhongdu. Gifts were offered, hostages exchanged, and promises made that the Jin court would withdraw further from the frontier. Chinggis Khan accepted the tribute and watched carefully as the agreement was sealed. When the Jin court later violated the spirit of the pact, abandoning obligations and attempting to rebuild their strength, the response was swift. The Mongols returned to the siege. In 1215, Zhongdu fell. Fire followed stone, and sack followed fire. The city that would one day be known as Beijing learned the cost of resisting a power that kept meticulous account of every promise kept and every promise broken. Yet behind the violence stood order. Uyghur scribes recorded registers of surrendered households. Granaries were inventoried. Persian accountants appeared in the camps, weighing merchant claims and managing supply contracts. Translators moved effortlessly between Mongolian, Turkic, Chinese, and Persian, allowing information to flow without delay. Chinggis Khan listened carefully to men who understood the fiscal systems of settled states. They taught him how revenue could be extracted without destroying the source that produced it. He did not become a bureaucrat. He became something rarer, a ruler who recognized good ideas regardless of their origin. The army evolved alongside the state. Siege engines became standard equipment when cities were targeted. Firepots arced through the air, trailing cords of flame. Sappers undermined walls using techniques learned in older empires. Engineers traveled under Mongol protection, their wagons supplied as reliably as any cavalry unit. When the army moved deep into the plains, detachments included smiths, carpenters, and physicians. The ability to mend bows, set bones, and repair wagons became as essential as skill with the bow. Diplomacy continued even as arrows flew. Tribes and garrisons that submitted early received generous terms. Marriage alliances bound frontier leaders to the Khan's household. Daughters and nieces were placed not as ornaments, but as governors with real authority over corridors of trade and strategic garrisons. Alakai Beki ruled a vital route with prudence, protecting caravans with her own mounted escorts. The image of a nomadic horde that knew only destruction began to fracture, replaced by the outline of a state that could fight, tax, and protect. As the northern plains came under Mongol control, the camps along the Onan settled into a rhythm that shaped everything that followed. Orders traveled swiftly along the Yam. Captives were sorted, artisans assigned, and new units trained under officers who had learned resilience through defeat. Winter camps were laid out with care, almost like towns. At night, musicians played while commanders planned the coming season. At dawn, the Kashig stood silent as the Khan mounted. There was no sense that the work was finished, only the knowledge that a boundary had been crossed. And beyond the Jin lay realms still unaware of the storm gathering on the steppe. The road westward opened after the northern flank was secured. Kuklug of the Naiman, the restless prince who had fled into the lands of the former Karakaitai, ruled harshly over Buddhist and Muslim cities alike. Jib was sent in pursuit. He rode through the Ili Valley, past Balasagun, and into the high country where merchant roads climbed toward the roof of the world. Kuklug attempted to rally resistance among peoples already weary of steppe overlords. Jib moved swiftly, striking where support was weakest. Kuklug was captured or driven into flight, ending in death among strangers. With him fell the last serious claim to the Karakaitai legacy. The Mongol frontier now touched the domains of Khwarezm. This vast realm stretched from the Aral Sea and the lower Oxus to the markets of Transoxiana and the mountain gates of Khorasan. Its ruler, Allah ad-Din Muhammad, commanded impressive forces on parchment but governed poorly in practice. His court glittered with wealth and commerce, yet was divided by rivalry, most notably between the Shah and his formidable mother, Turken Khatun, who controlled her own network of officials and demanded authority in matters of war and taxation. Where the Mongol state had one moving center, Khwarezm had several, pulling against one another. Chinggis Khan did not begin with a demand for submission. He began with trade. In 1218, caravans crossed the frontier bearing furs, spices, and silver. At Otrar, on the Sir Daria, the governor Inalchuk seized the merchants, accused them of espionage, and had them executed. The Khan sent envoys demanding redress and reminding the Shah that envoys were sacred. The Shah not only refused punishment but added insult, ordering the beards of Mongol envoys shaved and sending one back with news of the other's deaths. In Mongol law, this was a crime against order itself. The decision for war followed with the inevitability of a drawn bowstring. The council planned not in days, but in seasons and river systems. The Oxus and the Sir Daria cut the land like blue veins, feeding cities that depended on irrigation and trade. To take them required patience, engineers, and movements that forced defenders to watch multiple horizons at once. Forces were divided among trusted commanders and family wings. Joki advanced along the lower Sir Daria to secure the river corridor. Chagatai and Ogidi moved toward Bokhara and Samarkand, the jewels of Transoxiana. Talyui rode south toward Khorasan with a powerful corps. Jeeb and Subutai ranged far ahead, scouting relentlessly, cutting messengers, and finding roads no cautious commander would have trusted. Otra fell first after a long siege. The governor responsible was captured. Mongol custom punished the author of the crime while seeking to turn the rest of the city to profit if possible. The walls held for months under a rain of stone before sappers opened the way. The city was shattered and its people scattered, a warning planted at the frontier. Joki folded river towns one by one, preparing the path for the main host. Bokhara faced its fate with divided counsel. Its leaders had urged restraint when the Shah dismissed Mongol envoys. Now they stood on the walls watching dust rise from the east. The Mongols appeared from empty lands, having crossed deserts with water carried in skins and horses trained to endure days on sparse grass. Bokhara's citadel resisted briefly. Persian chroniclers record that the Khan spoke in the Great Mosque, not as a preacher, but as a conqueror explaining the consequences of broken faith. Whether the words are exact or shaped by memory, their meaning was unmistakable. Samarkand, richer and stronger, presented a greater test. Its walls were thick, its garrison large, and elephants from India stood within its gates as symbols of imperial ambition. Chagatai and Ogdi encircled the city and began the work. Chinese and Khitan engineers assembled trebuchets. Naphtha throwers prepared their engines. Sappers drove tunnels beneath towers, while archers swept the battlements with relentless fire. The storm was only beginning. Several days of relentless fighting slowly eroded the will of the defenders. Exhaustion spread through the garrison like a sickness, and fear began to outweigh loyalty. Before dawn one morning, a section of the town quietly opened its gates, hoping that early submission might soften the conqueror's hand. Mercy, however, was never guaranteed. The citadel endured longer than the rest, standing as the last symbol of resistance. When it finally collapsed, it did so suddenly, as if the strength had been pulled from its foundations all at once. The Mongols moved with grim efficiency. Artisans, engineers, metalworkers, and scribes were separated from the rest. Men whose skills could serve an empire rather than be wasted in destruction. Others were distributed among officers who could exploit their labor in rebuilding, supply, and administration. The ruling court, which had delayed decisive action, argued while time slipped away, and finally fled, left its people to endure the consequences alone. Leadership vanished precisely when it was needed most. Shah Muhammad became a ruler without a realm, racing from city to city, always arriving after the moment for effective defense had passed. Each time he came too late, walls already breached, alliances already broken. He crossed the Oxus in desperation, fled through deserts toward the Caspian, and at last reached a lonely island. There, battered by cold winds and stripped of power, he died with only a handful of attendants. His son, Jalal al-Din, salvaged what little remained of the shattered state. He would fight again, but for now the heart of Khwarazm had been torn out completely, from foundation to summit. The fall of Gurganj, ancient Gurgan, revealed another truth. Even victory could strain the Mongol war machine. The city lay within a tangled network of canals that slowed movement and complicated coordination. Its defenders fought with an unexpected stubbornness, forcing heavy engagement street by street. Within the Mongol camp, tension flared. Joki and Chagatai disagreed bitterly over how the city should be handled. Joki favored negotiation, arguing that wealth preserved could later be taxed and turned into lasting power. Chagatai demanded total punishment, believing only absolute terror could secure obedience. Their argument echoed deeper wounds, old rivalries and whispered doubts about Joki's birth. Chinggis Khan intervened, sending Ogdi to arbitrate. When surrender finally came, Ogdi accepted it, but then allowed a sack severe enough to satisfy Chagatai's demand for an unmistakable example. The city paid dearly, and the brothers' conflict remained unresolved. The episode taught Chinggis Khan a hard lesson. Unity among his sons could not be assumed, even in moments of triumph. Khorasan soon felt the next crushing blow. Taluy advanced with a powerful column along the river roads, sweeping into ancient cities that had watched the earlier disasters unfold. Merv opened its gates quickly, choosing survival over defiance. Nishapur resisted longer, but when a Mongol officer was killed, the response was merciless. Herat attempted a dangerous balancing act, opening its gates, then closing them again as local fortunes shifted. In the end, patience among the besiegers ran out, and the city paid a heavy price for hesitation. Scholars would later debate the scale of destruction in these regions, arguing over numbers and exaggeration. Yet no debate could erase the reality that losses were immense and unforgettable. A rolling wave of fear spread from town to town, often breaking resistance before siege engines even arrived. The Mongols had mastered a terrifying principle: the minimum amount of terror required to prevent future resistance. Fear, carefully applied, saved time, manpower, and resources. Once submission was secured, caravans followed the armies. Administrators, tax clerks, and engineers restored granaries and reopened trade routes. Destruction was not the final goal, control was. While cities fell, another drama unfolded beyond the main armies. Jib and Subutai requested permission to pursue Jalal al-Din and to scout unknown lands beyond. Granted freedom to roam, they swept east of the Caspian, defeated a Georgian army that tried to block their path, and forced passage through the gates of Derbent using bribery and cunning rather than brute force. They moved like a shifting wind, striking where least expected. The Cuman steppe riders fled before them, then regrouped with their Alan allies to make a stand. The Mongol commanders sent gifts and whispered words instead of arrows. They suggested that the Alans would betray the Cumans if defeat loomed. Suspicion shattered the alliance without a single shot. The Alans were crushed first. The Cumans were hunted afterward. The lesson was repeated again and again. Divide your enemies before you fight them. Shape the battlefield long before the camp is set. Their ride ended at the Kalkar River, where the princes of Kievan Rus and their allies confronted a Mongol force that had drawn them far from their power centers. From the first exchange, the battle unraveled. Rus lines collapsed under relentless arrow storms and sudden strikes against exposed flanks. Jib and Subutai did not stay to occupy territory. They had ridden too far for conquest. Instead, they took prisoners, made a brutal example upon a hill visible to all, and turned back toward the steppe. On their return, they fought through hostile tribes along the lower Volga, carrying home not cities but knowledge. Distances measured in days, rivers memorized, routes tested. This information would be priceless in future campaigns. In the aftermath came administration. Daragachi were installed in key cities to oversee revenue and monitor local elites. Roads were secured. The Yam relay expanded outward, horse by horse, station by station. Chinggis Khan had not invented governance, he had made it portable. In Bokhara, Persian clerks worked beside Uyghur scribes to reconcile taxes paid in grain with those paid in silk. In Samarkand, Muslim judges ruled under Mongol seals that guaranteed protection. In Merv, a caravan master who had supplied the army at a river crossing received monopoly rights, his goods traveling under armed escort. The system endured because punishment for defiance was swift, and reward for cooperation was visible. Any man counting coins at night could understand the logic. Family conflict, however, remained unresolved. The rivalry between Joki and Chagatai deepened until Chinggis Khan called a family council on the Ili River. There, he named Ogidi as heir, not because he was the fiercest warrior, but because he could balance rival camps and preserve unity. Joki received the western lands, rich in pasture and future conquest, though fate would cut his life short before his father's death. Soon after, Chinggis Khan turned south against Jalal al-Din. who had regrouped in the Punjab. On the banks of the Indus River, they clashed in a battle marked by desperation and courage. Jalal al-Din fought with a bravery that inspired loyalty even in defeat. When his lines broke, he spurred his horse into the river and swam beneath a storm of arrows to safety. Watching from above, Chinggis Khan openly praised him, saying he would have kept such a man as a vassal, had pride and memory allowed it. The Mongols did not pursue into India. Their objective had been achieved. A rival empire had been dismantled, and the limits of distance itself had been tested and broken. The Western War transformed the Mongols. They learned to fight in deserts and gardens, on walls and plains, among canals and mountain passes. They encountered oil fire, advanced crafts, and skilled hands that could create what the steppe alone could not. They gained wealth, ideas, and an enduring sorrow that Persian poets would mourn for generations. Chinese clerks recorded the methods that powered this vast engine. In winter tents near the Onan River, the great captains returned. Jeeb traced routes in ash. Subutai measured distances with his fingers. Reports arrived steadily from China. The sons spoke of what they had done and what they had learned. Borte listened in silence. Outside, Yam riders changed horses and vanished into the dark with fresh orders. The steppe was not finished. Dust settled in Transoxiana, banners folded in the west, and Chinggis Khan turned once more toward the sunrise. The empire had learned how far it could reach, and it was not yet done. The relay posts now reached so far across the land that no single rider could hope to traverse them within a week. Horses were changed in rhythm, day and night, and news moved faster than armies ever had. Near the central tent, weary scribes worked in silence, surrounded by bundles of bamboo slips, stacks of paper, inkstones darkened by constant use, and brushes worn thin at the tips. These tools, once the quiet companions of scholars, had become as essential to rule as the bow had once been to conquest. Persian clerks who had followed the armies east from Bokhara sat beside merchant ledgers, carefully balancing advances of silver against future deliveries of grain, cloth, and salt. They reconciled debts and promises in a dozen tongues, binding conquest to supply. Among the councils stood a Khitan scholar named Yelu Chukai, rarely at the center, never loud, but impossible to ignore. He had served the Liao dynasty in his youth, and carried in his mind the long arc of Chinese history, the rise of states, their decay, and the reasons empires survived beyond the lives of their founders. He did not urge mercy for its own sake. He did not speak of virtue or reputation. Instead, he spoke of numbers and seasons. Kill, he said, and you collect tribute for a day. Tax, and you draw revenue for a generation. Granaries filled by policy could feed armies long after fear had faded. Soldiers paid regularly stayed loyal when campaigns grew long. The advice suited Chinggis Khan, a ruler who had learned to value any instrument that proved effective. He did not abandon war. He learned when destruction had done its work and when restraint would yield more. The family at the heart of the camp had changed as well. Joki had been granted the vast lands of the far west, rich in pasture and future promise. His rivalry with Chagatai had cooled outwardly after the decision that named Ogidi as heir, though the embers were never fully extinguished. Talyui remained closest to his father in the field, the son who stayed when others withdrew, the hand that tightened a siege when fatigue weakened resolve. Borte watched her sons with clear, unblinking attention. Her presence carried a gravity that steadied men without words. Holan, older now and surrounded by grandchildren, remembered years when survival had depended on a single snared marmot at dusk. She looked upon the ordered calm of the winter camp, the food stores, the guarded horses, the flow of messengers, and saw a miracle that only hunger could fully explain. Before the army moved again, the Khan completed work that would shape everything that followed. The decimal organization, once a method of command for riders, became the framework of the state itself. Leaders of thousands and tens of thousands were expected not only to fight, but to judge disputes and keep peace. Daragachi, overseers chosen for diligence and loyalty to property rather than lineage, were planted in towns that had submitted. Their task was not to invent new laws, but to enforce the promises made by the center. If a city had opened its gates early, that fact was written down and honored with protection. If merchants had supplied fodder at a river crossing, their records were checked and their privileges renewed. If a governor cheated on taxes or withheld shares, punishment followed swiftly and in public view. The yasa was not a fixed code pulled from a shelf. It was the living voice of a ruler determined that soldiers feel watched, merchants feel secure in their contracts, and envoys feel safe crossing borders. The Western campaigns had taught another lesson as well. Engineers could be as decisive as archers when a city stood behind strong walls. Craftsmen were gathered into mobile units capable of assembling counterweight engines within days, raising ladders and shields, tunneling beneath gates, and setting fires at precisely chosen moments. Water specialists traveled with them, men from lands where canals were ancient and precious. If a river could be diverted to flood a wall, it would be attempted. If it failed, the failure was studied, not forgotten. This habit of close observation marked the difference between a raiding force and an empire that conquered to rule. As the second decade of the century opened, attention turned once more to Western Xia. Years earlier, when Chinggis Khan had first tested its strength, the Tangut court at Zhongxing had submitted tribute, sent hostages, accepted a marriage alliance, and promised support when called. But as the Mongol Empire expanded and command lines stretched from the Onan to the Oxus, Tangut nobles calculated that distance offered safety. Troops were not sent when summoned. Deals were made with the south that hinted at a future free from Mongol authority. Worse than calculation was insult. Envoys had been harmed again. To raise a hand against a messenger was to challenge the order that Chinggis Khan believed heaven itself had entrusted to him. He resolved to ride. The road to Zhongxing ran through the long Gansu corridor, where mountains pressed against desert and towns clung to rivers shaped by centuries of careful farming. Subutai led one wing, ordered to move fast and unravel the network of towns on which the Tangut court depended. Talyui commanded another wing, ensuring garrisons could not gather safely behind him. Chinggis Khan advanced with the main force. Mongol columns crossed gravel plains and winter deserts that other armies avoided entirely. They chose late autumn and winter, when heat could not cripple horses and cold sharpened men instead of breaking them. Towns along the Aegean and Xiang rivers woke to dust clouds where none should have been, riders appearing where no cautious general would expect an army. At Huai City and Liangzhou, the Mongols tested every gate. Cities that opened early kept their craftsmen and surrendered grain. Cities that fired upon envoys saw mangonels raised and stones humming through the air. Subutai severed roads linking towns to provinces and provinces to the capital. Caravans that once carried silk, paper, and worked metal now carried wounded men and desperate reports back toward Zhongxing. The Tangut court pleaded for help and gathered what forces it could in the Helan Mountains. Lingwu, standing on the Yellow River, became the next keystone. To take it was to step into the Tangut heartland. The Mongols tested the walls, learned their strengths, and applied methods refined in China. Sappers tunneled beneath towers. Engine crews focused fire for hours on a single point, then shifted at the signal of a lone flag, so that stones struck where shock would spread widest. When the breach came, the first men through were not abandoned as examples. They were supported, reinforced, and relieved. The fight moved inward steadily, like a rising tide. When Lingwu fell, the court at Zhongxing felt the grip tighten. Western Xia did not fall solely because the Mongols were relentless. It fell because its court was fractured, loud with argument even as danger closed in. Factions quarreled as they always had. One urged flight into distant valleys. Another trusted walls and fortifications. A third sought negotiations that would preserve noble privilege. Messages sent by the ruler contradicted one another, promising different futures to different men. In the Mongol camp, such words were read clearly. They were the language of delay. Chinggis Khan had learned to turn time into a weapon. He pushed past the Helan barrier and rode into the bend of the Yellow River where Zhongxing stood. The city was well defended, with earthworks, ditches, and engineers skilled in fire and stone. Mongol camps formed beyond bow range, then tightened as work progressed. The engine part grew into a forest of frames, cords, and counterweights. Messages flowed constantly between commanders' tents. Talyui managed the siege lines with quiet severity. Subutai ensured no relief force could break through. The Khan himself rode slowly from sector to sector, speaking with leaders of hundreds and thousands, steadying impatience. He promised no swift victory, only that he would remain until the task was finished. There is an old account that the Mongols again attempted to turn the Yellow River against the city. The river resisted. It always did. The effort did not decide the siege, but it revealed a mindset that would endure. If a force of nature could be bent, it would be tested. When water failed, fire was applied. When fire failed, the patient grind of mines and rams returned to the same weak points again and again. During these months, news arrived that closed one path and opened others. Joki was dead, far away in the west. He had ruled his uppunnage with restraint, shown generosity toward surrendered cities, and held the loyalty of men who had once opposed him. Yet the rumors surrounding his birth, whispered since youth, had never fully died. Even now, whispers rose that Joki's body could not be brought east. The distance fed old suspicions, and men who had never warmed to him let the rumors stain their speech. Chagatai and his captains chose their words with care, measuring every sentence. Ogidi spoke gently, as if volume itself might deepen wounds. Talyui kept to his work along the siege lines, answering grief with labor. Chinggis Khan received the news without ceremony and withdrew into a private tent with Borte. There they spoke not as ruler and consort, but as a man and a woman who had survived hunger, exile, betrayal, and war together, who understood that even a Khan could not command the length of a life. When he emerged, the camp noticed no change in his stride. Orders continued to flow. Signals were raised. The engines kept their rhythm. Yet those who had known him for decades said afterward that something had settled across his face, a line that did not fade, a weight that did not lift. The final stage at Zhongxing followed the pattern of many sieges when defenders exhaust their options. The Tangut court sent messages asking for terms and offered submission. The Khan replied that the ruler himself must come and seal it in person. The ruler sent a son instead, wrapped in careful words. Chinggis Khan refused. Nothing less than the man who had broken his oaths would suffice. The ruler did not come. The engine spoke again. A section of wall collapsed. Assault ladders rose, their rungs slick with sweat and blood from many hands. When the city fell, the ruler was taken and punished according to the Khan's command. The dynasty ended. Its finest engineers and craftsmen were gathered and relocated. Its archives were examined and sorted. Its court poets were scattered like ash on the wind. During the long months of the siege, an accident, or a strain long delayed, altered the final chapter of the Khan's life. He was no longer the young rider who had once chased a gazelle across the flats. He still hunted, believing the chase kept the senses sharp. On one of those hunts, or perhaps while riding between siege positions, he fell from his horse. Some said bones were broken that never truly healed. Others spoke of fever, or of a body finally demanding payment for decades of endurance. Later storytellers embroidered the moment with tales of plots, of insults disguised as affection, of vengeance dressed as romance. Such stories always gather around a great death. The truth that matters is simpler. He began to fail. He did not halt the siege. He ordered that the work continue until its end, and that the punishment of the Tangut house be completed. He summoned his sons and confirmed once more in their presence that Ogidi would be Khan after him. He instructed them to finish the northern war in China, then turn to whatever frontier pressed hardest. He reminded them to guard the yam, to keep the lists, to protect envoys, to treat merchants as partners rather than prey. He spoke of Baljuna, where loyalty had been tested in mud and cold and had held. He spoke with Talyui about holding the center, while succession passed through proper assembly. He spoke with Borte alone, and thanked her in words no scribe recorded. Death came away from the city, perhaps in the Lupan Mountains, where he had gone seeking cleaner air. The Kashig concealed the news as one shelters a fire from wind. The camp functioned as if nothing had changed. Engines were fed, messages were carried, orders were obeyed. The last ruler of Western Xia was dealt with exactly as commanded. When the body could be moved, an escort began the long journey north. Legends grew even as the hooves lifted dust. Some said the escort killed every passerby to preserve the secret. Others claimed the horses were driven repeatedly across the burial ground to erase all trace. Another tale said a forest was planted so roots and branches would guard him. Still another insisted a river was turned to hide his resting place beneath water. The elders of the Borjigan say only that he was taken toward Burkhan Khaldun, and that the place is unmarked. He had told his sons that a ruler of the steppe needed no stone to show men where to bow. Memory and obedience were monument enough. The funeral rites were simple, sacred to men of the grass. The black tug banners were lowered, the white ones raised. Horses were led in slow circles around a mound that did not announce itself. Shamans spoke to the eternal blue sky, asking it to receive a soul that had redirected the courses of peoples and rivers alike. Men who had shared mare's milk with him at Baljuna bowed their heads and remembered the taste of muddy water that had once meant survival. Women who had wrapped children against winter winds wept for a ruler who had made the roads safe enough for caravans to move from one horizon to another under guard. The horses were turned north, then south, then east and west. The army understood it would ride again, because the dead Khan had said the work was not a fire that could be extinguished in the east. Macaulay still held the Mongol position in northern China with a patience that impressed even his enemies. Counties and prefectures stood under Mongol seals. Local administrators kept tax registers current. Some towns resisted. Others reopened their gates after a change of governor or a quarrel among court factions. The path laid down by the Khan would allow his successors to finish what he had begun. The Jin court had already fled from Zhongdu to Kaifeng in the south, a move that could not hide the erosion of their power. The commanders knew they would return. For now, the army gathered around the family and waited for the assembly that would raise Ogidi to the place his father had promised. The last camp of Chinggis Khan did not dissolve at once. It paused as custom demanded. Princes were summoned from distant lands. Messengers rode the yam with tablets that opened gates and tents alike. The Kashig stood watch over a tent where no voice called for a horse at dawn. In the engineers' workshops, tools were cleaned and set in order. In the scribes' tents, brushes were washed and lists bound with cord. In the women's tents, garments were mended. The wind moved across the Orkhon, through grass and past ancient stones, deer stones and baubles marking deaths from centuries before. The steppe absorbed empires as it always had. What it did not absorb was the habit of order planted there and watered with sweat and blood. When the escort reached the north and silence took its guard over the grave, men rose from benches at dawn and saddled their ponies. Ogidi would be raised in proper assembly. Talyui would hold the center. Chagatai would speak harshly, as was his nature, and then keep faith. The sons of Joki, Badu among them, would wait and watch for their tasks. Subutai would unroll maps and trace passes and rivers with a fingertip. Yeluchukai would bring figures and propose levies that would not break fields or drive merchants into bribery. In the west and south, rulers told themselves the old order might return now that the first storm had passed. They did not yet understand what had changed. The army moved again, not toward an enemy, but toward a riverbank where words would be spoken that bound families and captains into a single will. Around evening fires, elders told the young what they had seen. The sable coat in Togrul's camp, the dawn raid after a stolen wife, Baljuna and Dalan Balshud where they had lost and learned, Zhongdu, the Oxus, the Kalkar River, Lingwu, and the fall from a saddle that had shaken them more than any battle. They did not tell these stories as an ending. They told them as a road. The death of Chinggis Khan did not leave an empty sky. It left instructions, obligations, and men shaped long enough by his will to know how the next steps should be taken. The morning tent stood. Guards changed in silence. Messengers rode the relay lines. From the Orkhan to the Oxus, from northern forests to southern border towns, word spread that a great assembly would be held to raise a new ruler. Those who commanded thousands came, along with princes of the house and envoys from allied tribes, all wishing to be near the fire when the decision was sealed. The Kurultai gathered in the late summer of the second year after his death. Before elders, captains, and notables of many peoples, the sons of the founder took their places. Chagatai spoke with the force that had always defined him, his words driven straight and sharp like the thrust of a spear. He did not soften his judgments, nor did he hide his expectations. The sons of Joki sat together with their followers, reading the temperature of the gathering, measuring every pause and every nod. Talyui stood as steward of the house, keeping order with a restraint learned through years of watching power tested and strained. The choice before them was no sudden turn. It had been prepared quietly by their father in private council, and openly by the conduct of each son across long years of war, famine, negotiation, and command. Ogidiai's manner was markedly different from his brother's. He was open where others were guarded, expansive where others were tight-fisted. He could drink deeply, laugh loudly, and still sit long enough to hear an argument through to its end. He had none of the severe pride that had set Chagatai against Joki, and none of the brooding silence that had marked Talyui in battle. He was not a scholar, nor a patient clerk, but he understood the value of men who could count, record, and advise. When compromise preserved unity, he was willing to say yes and keep men at the table rather than drive them away. When the elders finished their speeches and the ranks shouted as one, Ogidii was lifted and proclaimed Great Khan. Among peoples who lived by herds, the first measure of a ruler was generosity. Ogidii understood this instinctively. He opened the storehouses. Horses were given to captains whose mounts had been worn down on long campaigns. Robes, belts, and ornaments were placed on men whose loyalty had been tested under fire and famine. Gifts traveled outward to allied tribes and distant vassals, announcing that the new center was awake and strong. Ogidii made it clear that a Khan who hoarded during celebration would find his following thin when hardship returned. These gifts were not the whole of his policy. They were the opening note of a tone that declared confidence. The center was strong enough to be open-handed. From that tone, and from the practical need for a place where messengers could always find the court, Karakoram began to rise. Ogidii chose the Orkhan Valley, near ancient stone steely carved with runes left by Turkic rulers long dead. The land offered grass, fish, timber, and water, and it sat at the crossing of major Yam lines. The new city was not a forest of stone like Chinese capitals. It was a planned camp that hardened into a town. Workshops were laid out for smiths, bowmakers, carpenters, and potters. Storehouses lined the riverbanks. A timber palace rose, its beams carved by artisans brought from conquered cities. Markets were designated by custom and language. Muslim traders in one quarter, Chinese merchants in another, others where they preferred. In the palace courtyard stood a silver tree, a fountain crafted by a French artisan carried east by merchants. It poured wine, mead, and mare's milk during feasts. The device was theater, but also a declaration. Strange talents were welcome if they served the court. Administration flowed more easily when it had walls, tables, and roofs to keep wind off the ledgers. Yelu Chukai found in Ogdi a ruler willing to listen to arguments for measured taxation instead of endless seizure. The Khitan scholar spoke for household registers, field surveys, counted granaries, and fixed levies collected by officials who feared the center more than local elites. He argued that officials should take assessed shares in grain, salt, and cloth rather than in lives. Ogdi listened. He did not seek the love of farmers. He sought a predictable river of goods and coin that could be sent along the yam to armies in the field. Under Yelu Chutsai's guidance, quotas and requisitions took a form ministers could defend with numbers. Abuse did not vanish, but it became visible. Those who cheated could be named, punished, and replaced. The relay system itself expanded into a web stretching across continents. Posts stood a day's ride apart, stocked with spare mounts, fodder, and clerks who stamped tablets showing a horse had been taken in service of the Khan. Communities supported the posts under recorded obligations. Burden was spread, not guessed. A message could leave Karakoram at dawn and reach North China in days rather than weeks. Travelers bearing Pesa tablets moved under protection. Caravan masters who had served as partners could demand shelter and oats. A monk with a letter from a governor might cross 3 languages in a week without being robbed. Roads became the empire's most durable invention. The army did not rest while clerks sharpened their brushes. Macaulay, the old pillar, had died with honor after holding the northern plain. New pillars rose. The campaign against the Jin resumed with defined goals. The Jin court had fled south again, hoping distance and alliances would dull the northern blade. Ogdi and Talyui planned advances meant to crush remaining resistance and teach the southern dynasties that the north would not become a permanent buffer. Mongol armies crossed the frozen Yellow River in winter, their ponies sure-footed where heavier animals failed. Siege engines built by Chinese and Khitan crews moved as part of the standard train. At Kaifeng, the Jin faced a storm they could not turn. Naphtha bombs burst with a roar that startled even steppe veterans. Fire lances spat flame from the walls. Fire gave way to famine. The emperor fled again. In 1234, Jin rule ended when Mongols and Song together crushed the final remnant. Alliances seldom survive shared victory. The Song soon learned that the new rulers of the north did not intend the Huai River to be a lasting border. Before the southern question could be settled, the west called. The lands granted to the sons of Joki offered both promise and danger. Badu, son of Joki, spoke for the western Ulus. He was not the eldest, but he possessed patience, a large following, and the rare ability to work with Subutai without envy. Subutai returned from the east carrying maps in his mind, rivers, passes, plains that led into the heart of Europe. Ogdi chose to strike in force, to pacify the Kipchak steppe, punish the Cumans, and test the cities beyond the forests that had heard only rumors of armies that never ran out of horses. The muster was vast by steppe standards. Princes gathered with their Tumans. Gayuk came as Ogdi's son. Monk came from Talyui's house. Kadin rode from Ogdi's line. Orda came from Joki's. The army moved in wings that could separate by 100 miles and still strike the same point on the same day. Subutai traced a route through the Ural foothills, along the Volga Bend, and into the forest belt beyond open grass. Winter was chosen deliberately. Ice turned rivers into roads. Snow concealed movement. Surprise lived in the cold. The first blows fell on Volga, Bulgaria. Cities along the lower river fell one by one. Then the wings turned west. Cuman riders scattered, rallied, and scattered again. The princes of Rus gathered in uneasy councils, proud men divided by rival claims. The Mongols did not wait for unity. They took towns along the upper Volga and Oka, tested walls with engines dragged on sledges, and moved on once submission was secured. By spring of 1241, one wing stood in Poland, another in Hungary. Subutai sent a diversion under Bidar and Kladin into Lesser Poland to draw Western forces away. Krakow burned after resistance. At Legnica, Duke Henry assembled knights, burghers, and Teutonic brothers. The Mongols used smoke and feigned flight to fracture the line, then struck with speed. The Duke fell. Chroniclers wrote of heads on lances and banners taken in triumph. The diversion succeeded. Western forces never reached Hungary. Batu and Subutai crossed the Carpathians by multiple routes and poured into the Hungarian heartland. King Bela trusted the marshes near the Sejo River and a single bridge. The Mongols built two. Under cover of night, they carried timbers, drove piles silently into mud, and prepared hidden crossings. At dawn, noise and fury struck the known bridge while Subutai's force crossed unseen and fell upon the Hungarian flank and rear. Arrows finished what panic began. The camp finally broke apart. The plain near the village later remembered as Mohi lay heavy with bodies, broken wagons, and scattered wealth. The victors did not linger. Mongol columns fanned out, hunting remnants across the countryside, stripping resistance of its last coherence, and then turning south toward Croatia and the Dalmatian coast. European rulers stared at their maps in confusion, unable to name an enemy who welcomed winter as an ally and raised bridges overnight where local lords needed a season of labor and prayer. While Europe reeled, the center of the empire faltered. Ogidi died in Karakorum after a winter of heavy drinking and a fever no healer could turn. The empire that had learned to move with the speed of a courier now encountered the weight of its own custom. By law and tradition, a new great Khan had to be chosen in assembly. The princes campaigning in the west were bound by that rule. Batu had no affection for Gayuk and would not recognize him without a proper Kurultai. Gayuk, for his part, refused to accept that Batu had acted merely as a dutiful son of Joki rather than as a rival prince with ambitions of his own. Subutai argued fiercely for continuation. He pressed for a winter advance into Austria and beyond, insisting that momentum was a weapon as sharp as any blade. The order that came instead was withdrawal. The great army turned east. In Germany and Italy, chroniclers breathed relief and wrote of angels descending to save Christendom. The truth was more ordinary and more Mongol. A law designed to bind princes together demanded that they return home to choose a head. Discipline, not miracle, halted the advance. Before a new head could be raised, the empire continued to shift its shape. Talyui had died earlier, offering his life in ritual to save Ogidi during a grave illness. His widow, Sorgatani Beki, assumed guardianship of her sons with a skill that impressed even men who preferred not to praise a woman. She secured tutors in languages, law, and administration. She taught respect for clerics of many faiths and showed her sons how to trust talented servants without fear. She did not appear in councils as decoration. She managed alliances quietly, patiently, and with precision. When Gayuk was raised as Great Khan after a regency held by his mother Torajin, it was Sorgatani who protected her son's interests without public quarrel. Gayuk ruled stiffly, offending Batu and unsettling ministers who preferred flexibility to force. His reign ended abruptly when he died on campaign in the west, before he could impose a settlement that might have fractured the house beyond repair. Yet through these shocks, the administrative habits planted by Chinggis and refined by Ogidi kept the engine turning. Daragachi reported tax shortfalls, floods, and harvests to Karakorum. The yam system ran despite war and princely quarrels. Ordo merchants advanced capital for caravans and were repaid through toll shares and court protection. Craftsmen gathered from Zhongdu and Kaifeng built engines in Samarkand and Bokhara. Ideas moved as freely as goods. Paper money was studied where it had taken root in the south. Gunpowder recipes traveled with engineers and appeared in notebooks written in Syriac and Arabic. A Persian surgeon discussed cauterization with a Chinese physician, and both agreed that saddle sores on a hard-ridden pony caused more losses than any theory of humors. In North China, the war against the Song entered a decisive phase. The Song Navy dominated great rivers and possessed shipyards capable of producing war junks in staggering numbers. The Mongols adapted. They hired pilots from subject peoples, compelled surrendered shipwrights to train new crews, and learned river war by necessity. A Song admiral, Yu Yunwen, scored a sharp victory on the Yangtze using fire ships and iron chains stretched across the current. Mongol commanders absorbed the lesson. They rebuilt their fleets, then exploited winter ice and low water to bring siege engines against river towns that had long believed themselves untouchable. Within the ruling house, the division of lands hardened into clearer forms. The Jochid realm in the western steppe matured into a khanate later, known as the Golden Horde, drawing wealth from fur, fish, and traffic along the Volga while directing diplomacy and raids toward the Black Sea and the Balkans. The Chagatai realm in Transoxiana held the trade arteries between Samarkand and Kashgar, blending Turkic and Mongol custom into a distinct court culture. The Talyuid branch, anchored in Mongolia and North China, retained Karakorum and the primary claim to the title of Great Khan. What began as family allotments became borders, each balancing custom and law in different proportions. Ogdi's reign thus traced two great lines across the map. One ran south through former Jin lands into the Song heartland, demanding siege craft and endurance. The other ran west with Batu and Subutai across rivers and forests, demanding winter marches, bridge building on piles, and mines capable of coordinating wings that had not seen each other for weeks. The postal system and merchant partnerships bound both lines to the center. Legal protections for envoys allowed them to speak across distance. The habit of promoting ability, whether born under felt or behind stone walls, kept the empire from unraveling when one pillar fell. When people think of the age of Chinggis, they imagine gallop and fire. The age of Ogdi added something quieter and just as powerful. It added rhythm. Orders left Karakorum at dawn. Reports returned by dusk. Merchants timed caravans to seasons when grass would be thickest near relay posts. Judges set days for hearings and settlements. Captains trained new units through winter, so spring campaigns did not begin in confusion. A boy in the Kashig learned when to speak in council and when silence carried more weight. A girl married into a powerful clan learned she could send a message to the center and expect an answer before the season turned. Men who sat by fires at night polishing arrowheads spoke increasingly of roads rather than borders. They could ride from the Alai to the Caspian without fear of bandits. A letter could travel from Karakorum to Bokhara and return in a span that made planning possible. A Persian merchant could be asked for lamps and see them arrive under guard within months. That was what empire felt like to those who lived inside it. It felt like a road that did not break. The voice that had named Ogdi as heir still echoed in councils of sons and nephews. Yet empire was not a garment passed with a single gesture. It survived through constant decision. After Ogdi's death, a woman again held the center together. Torajin ruled as regent, wielding seals, gifts, and threats to gather support for her son. Gayuk was lifted and seated in the felt court at Karakorum. His rule was brief and instructive, harsh on administrators, heavy with drink, urgent to the point of recklessness. His death reopened the question. Another woman stepped forward. Ogle Kamish held the title of regent, but lacked the loyalties that mattered. Opposite her, gathering strength without spectacle, stood Sorgatani, widow of Talyui and mother of Monk, Kublai, Hulagu, and Erik Bok. She educated her sons in law and language, honored clerics of many faiths, and placed capable tutors at each boy's side. When the Kurultai finally met, marked carefully in Persian and Chinese chronicles, Monk was raised as Great Khan. Monk began with a reckoning. Officials who had sold offices or extorted peasants were removed without ceremony. The Talyuid line took the reins. Monk ruled with a sober gravity. He did not love wine. He loved accurate reports, orderly registers, and commanders who planned seasons rather than moments. He preserved Yeluchutsai's emphasis on registration and measured taxation, and promoted men known for refusing bribes. Then he opened two doors at once. One faced south, toward the Song, who still ruled the richest basins of China. The other faced west, toward the shattered Khwarezmian world, toward the mountain fortresses of the Nizari Ismailis, and toward the cities of the Abbasid Caliph along the Tigris. To that western door he assigned his brother. Hulagu, third son of Talyui, received orders to march with a great host. Engineers and sappers marched beside siege masters and record keepers. Persian accountants rode with tablets wrapped in oilcloth. Armenian laborers hauled timbers. Georgian carpenters shaped beams. All moved beneath the horsehair standards, part of a host that was no longer merely an army but an instrument of state. The mountain fortresses of the Nizari Ismailis fell one by one as stone eaters gnawed patiently at their foundations. Walls that had defied kings yielded to measured pressure and careful logistics. At Alamut, the stronghold that had haunted rulers for generations, Hulagu did not order blind destruction. The libraries were entered under guard. Catalogs were made. Some volumes were destroyed, others spared by secretaries who believed that learning could survive even conquest. From those heights, the army descended toward the Tigris. Baghdad had been a beacon of scholarship and poetry for centuries. It stood astride a great bend in the river, protected by dikes and canals, fed by fields that could sustain immense populations, and filled with markets where cloth and spice from distant lands changed hands. Hulagu sent envoys demanding submission, offering safety in exchange for obedience. The Caliph answered with confidence drawn from ancient prestige, rather than from the strength of the men he could place on the walls. The Mongol lines closed. Stone throwers spoke without pause day and night. On a cold winter day, the defenses failed. The city was taken. What followed was terrible even by the brutal arithmetic of the 13th century. Later historians who walked among the ruins tried to count the dead and abandoned the effort. They wrote instead that the Tigris ran dark with ink from shattered libraries and red with the blood of the fallen. From the ruin, a new western center emerged. At Maragha, and later at Tabriz, Hulagu established a court that gathered scholars beneath a single roof. Brass instruments gleamed beside parchment and silk charts. The astronomer Nasir al-Din al-Tusi raised an observatory where Chinese star tables were compared with Greek geometry and Persian calculation. A Mongol court had created a place where new knowledge could be made rather than merely preserved. Power answers power. In the northern steppe, the ruler of the Jochid lands had embraced Islam. Burke of the House of Joki regarded the fall of Baghdad as an outrage and watched Hulagu with hard eyes. Old family bonds bent under new convictions. Burke found common cause with the Mamluks of Egypt, former slaves forged into disciplined masters of Cairo and Syria, while Hulagu withdrew east to manage revolt and famine in Iran. A Mongol force remained in Syria to hold territory. In the year that followed, the Mamluks advanced and met them at a spring called Ain Jalut. On a blistering September day, they turned steppe tactics against steppe veterans. A feigned retreat drew the Mongols into open ground. Fresh cavalry struck from concealment. Arrows darkened the air. The Mongol commander Kitbuka fell, and with him fell the spell of invincibility in the Levant. The rupture widened. Burke's riders crossed the Caucasus and clashed with Ilkhanid detachments along the Terek. Nephews and cousins killed one another on a scale unseen before. The house of Chinggis had ceased to be merely a family. It had become a collection of states, each with interests that no longer aligned. In the east, Monk pressed relentlessly against the Song. He demanded grain, shipyards, and sustained advances along river corridors. He entrusted Kublai with the northern theater and ordered Erik Bok to stabilize the heartland. City after city fell along the great waterways. Chinese engineers raised floating bridges and mobile towers. Fire ships were countered with barges and grappling craft. Monk himself rode into the Sichuan campaign and died there, perhaps of illness, perhaps of exhaustion. His death released tensions that had held the house together. Kublai was proclaimed Great Khan in the north at Xanadu. Erik Bok was proclaimed in Karakoram with the backing of many homeland princes. Civil war followed, carrying messengers, bribes, and lances across the spine of Asia. Kublai prevailed not through a single decisive battle, but by wearing his brother down, by controlling supplies, exploiting distance, and tightening the slow grip of politics. Erik Bok submitted and died in captivity. Kublai set his capital at Kambalik, the city of the Khan, modern Beijing. He declared a new dynasty under a Chinese name. Yuan was written on seals and banners. The court assumed the burdens and privileges of emperorship. Kublai remained Mongol in his bones. He preserved the decimal organization of the army and honored the horsehair tassels of his house. Yet he read memorials from Confucian scholars and replied in careful phrases. He ordered the Grand Canal restored so that southern grain could fill northern granaries. He issued paper money in great volume and compelled markets to accept it, backing its value with tax receipts and stored grain. He built granaries to soften famine years. Envoys arrived from Venice and from the papal court. A friar named William of Rubruck spoke to him of geography and theology. A Venetian merchant family entered his service, and their son would later write a book that shaped Europe's imagination for centuries. The halls of Dadu held a mixture unseen in earlier Chinese courts: Mongols, Uyghurs, Turks, Tibetans, Persians, and Chinese officials serving within one administration. They did not lose their identities. They learned how to function within a shared order. The conquest of the Southern Song tested every lesson the empire had learned. Song warships had ribbed hulls, drilled crews, and logistics that flowed by water where roads were scarce. Kublai built a navy, surrendered shipwrights, trained crews drawn from many peoples. Fleets advanced down the Yangtze and into the maze of lakes and channels beyond. Year by year, Song strongholds fell. At last, the struggle ended at sea near Yamen. The final Song fleet gathered with the boy emperor and his loyal minister, Lu Xiufu. The Mongol admiral Zhang Hongfan pressed the attack. Song ships were chained together to prevent retreat. Firepots leapt from deck to deck. The wind failed. Lu Xiufu took the child emperor in his arms and stepped into the sea. With that act, the southern dynasty ended, and all of China stood under the rule of a house that had begun beside the Onan River. Kublai looked outward. Fleets were sent against Japan, built by Korean shipwrights and crewed by Chinese sailors. The first reached the islands and fought ashore before a sudden storm shattered it. The second, larger expedition met the same fate. Japanese chroniclers called the storms divine winds. Kublai understood the lesson more plainly. Ships built in haste and crews drawn from many tongues had limits when typhoons ruled the sea. Armies marched into Southeast Asia, into Pagan, Kampa, and Dai Viet. Capitals were taken, terms dictated, and then revised. Jungle, monsoon, and local resolve turned victories into negotiations. The empire learned that reach did not guarantee grasp. While the Talyuid branch shaped China, the others found their own rhythms. The Golden Horde fixed its capital at Sarai on the lower Volga, commanding a hinge between steppe and river. Russian principalities were governed through charters that named a grand prince and granted him authority to collect tribute. Some rulers, like Alexander Nevsky, learned to work within this system and used it to shield their lands. Trade in fur, wax, and grain expanded. Over time, the horde embraced Islam. Mosques rose beside markets where Italian merchants stored their wares. In Iran, the Ilkhanate struggled with the wounds of conquest. Under Abaka and later Ghazan, Islam was adopted and reforms pursued. Rashid al-Din, physician, convert, and vizier, compiled a universal history, drawing reports from China, India, the Islamic world, and the steppe. He sought to weave Mongol rule into a story larger than conquest. The Ilkhanid mint experimented with new coinage, and even with paper money, discovering that currency requires administration as much as authority. Thus the empire settled into many centers. Roads still ran between them. Messages still traveled, but the age of a single will had passed. What remained was a world reshaped by horsemen, by clerks, by engineers, and by decisions made at tables as often as on battlefields. The Maragha observatory did more than chart the heavens. Its star tables traveled outward, shaping calculations from Damascus to Samarkand, quietly binding scholars across faiths and frontiers. Between these western courts and Kublai's Yuan dynasty lay the Chagatai realm, a land of balance and tension. There, princes navigated between Turkic custom, Islamic law, and the inherited legal habits of the Mongol center. Authority was negotiated as much as commanded. Kaidu, a grandson of Ogidi, rejected Kublai's supremacy outright. His resistance hardened into a long war that scarred Central Asia for decades. Roads that had once carried merchants and envoys now carried scouts and raiding parties. Both the Yuan court in the east and the Chagatai princes in the center felt the strain. From this conflict emerged a final political truth. The lands conquered by Chinggis Khan were now too vast for effortless obedience. No single ruler could command the entire sweep of Eurasia without resistance. Each branch of the imperial family spoke the language of unity while guarding its own pastures, treasuries, and trade routes. Yet the tools forged in the first generation did not fall silent. The yam, the relay system, continued to pulse with orders, reports, and news. Envoys still rode with Pesa tablets and expected gates to open before them. Merchants maintained partnerships with governors and princes, supplying armies with flour, rope, iron, and timber as they had done in the founder's lifetime. The decimal organization of troops remained the skeleton on which campaigns were built. Law still shielded the messenger, punished theft from relay posts, and protected those who served the roads. Clerics of many faiths traveled without fear. Along imperial highways, a Franciscan friar might drink fermented mare's milk in a felt tent 1 week, share pilaf in a Persian caravanserai the next, and bow before a Chinese magistrate dressed in silk shortly after. The empire did not erase difference. It made movement between differences safer and more predictable than any earlier age had allowed. Exchange flowed in all directions. Paper technologies refined in China moved westward. Gunpowder formulas followed the same routes, reshaping siege warfare in the Islamic world and, eventually, in Europe. Artistic traditions met and blended, Persian geometry and Chinese floral motifs appearing together in glazed tiles that adorned palaces from Tabriz to Dadu. Medical knowledge crossed linguistic boundaries. A physician trained on Avicenna learned to read the pulse and examine urine through Chinese practice, adding observation to theory. Yuan officials studied Persian accounting methods and adapted them into centralized ledgers spanning multiple provinces. Muslim astronomers taught Chinese scholars the discipline of systematic nightly observation using precisely aligned instruments. The roads that carried goods now carried methods, habits, and ways of thinking, but movement also carried misfortune. In the mid-14th century, a deadly sickness rose from the interior plateaus. Along caravan routes and at the Black Sea port of Kaffa, under the gaze of the Golden Horde and frequented by Italian traders, the disease boarded ships. It sailed into Mediterranean harbors and burned inland. What later generations would call the Black Death emptied cities and villages alike. No ruler had planned this. It was the unintended cost of a century of unprecedented connection. For the memory of Chinggis Khan himself, something deeper endured. The laws known as the Yasa were never fixed in a single codex. They lived in proclamations, judgments, and habits, in the expectation that authority would be firm but fair. Later courts argued endlessly over what the Yasa truly meant, building commentaries around fragments and recollections. The Mongols themselves carried his words in memory and story. The secret history, written down a generation after his death in Chinese transcription of Mongol speech, preserved the songs, quarrels, and ambitions of his youth. Persian historians such as Javani and Rashid al-Din placed Mongol deeds within vast narratives stretching from Adam through the kings of Iran. Chinese memorials traced how a steppe court became a dynasty without ever fully becoming Chinese. To read across these sources is to hear disagreement, but also remarkable consensus. Chinggis rewarded loyalty, punished betrayal, welcomed skill wherever it appeared, and demanded that envoys be protected at all costs. As generations passed, the center of gravity shifted. Karakoram's timbers weathered. Khanbaliq drew power southward as Yuan officials managed canals and granaries with ritual precision. Sarai prospered on the Volga, its mosques rising beside busy markets. Tabriz sent tax goods toward the Mediterranean. Each branch wore the Mongol coat differently, yet a traveler moving among them recognized familiar signs. The black horsetail banner before a commander's tent, a relay post with fresh horses and a clerk, a man passing toll gates freely with a pesa in hand, the shared understanding that harming a messenger invited swift punishment. These were the lasting marks of the boy who had once stood beside the Onon River. Centuries later, elders of the steppe still rode toward Burkhan Khaldun to give thanks for a life that had begun there. No stone marked the hidden grave guarded by silence. Memory was carried in ritual, in names, and in law. Far from that mountain, later rulers invoked descent from the blue wolf and the fallow doe to justify their claims. Some spoke Chinggis Khan's name with hatred, others with awe, many with both. His descendants ruled China, Iran, and the steppe under different creeds and customs. Yet wherever a courier rode safely under recognized protection, wherever a merchant demanded fair measure under a charter bearing a Mongol seal, and wherever a court allowed a monk, a Brahmin, and a Muslim to argue without fear, a strand of his original vision still held true. Empires rise with fire and steel, but they do not endure by force alone. What Chinggis Khan left behind was not merely a map of conquered lands, but a system that taught distant peoples how to move, trade, argue, and believe without constant fear of the road. Long after the banners fell and the capitals shifted, his ideas continued to ride with couriers, to pass from hand to hand in merchant charters, and to echo in courts where strangers were still allowed to speak. The Mongol world did not make humanity one, but it made the world reachable. And in that reach, in the silence between relay posts and the memory carried without stone or grave, the legacy of a man from the steppe still moves.